All right, T minus 10 minutes and we're live. All right, 10 people in here. That's really exciting. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm a little nervous to stream it, but I'm really excited. So we have 10 teams, 15 team leagues, and we are going to auction $260 each. And I've watched all of the streams so far, all of them except for Friday nights. I only got to see a little bit of them. So I feel like I'm pretty prepared. Not as prepared as usual, but feel free to drop me something in the chat. And it looks like we'll have TDK on with us shortly. All right.
What's up? Hello, is it working?
I think so.
Can you hear my microphone?
Yep, you sound fine.
Good.
Good to see you, man.
Nice to meet you, man. We've seen on the internet a couple of times, shared some conversations.
Yeah.
It's nice to finally meet you, man. Thanks for being one of the people streaming these great events here that Bubba and Bloom are putting on.
It's so much fun. I was a listener to the show, and I think I had chatted with you on the Sleeper in the Bus pod Discord, and
That's
you
great.
and T-Pat both were messaging me about the Discord over on Bubba and the Bloom. So I got in, and last year was my first 15 team Fab League.
Okay.
So, and did pretty well. I was in Ben Tidd's league though, which was really tough.
Tough one. He plays all angles of all parts of the game, all parts of the season, and he seems like he's a step ahead with his numbers and his calculations. But that's kind of what these communities are about, learning from each other and getting better at the game through that. So that's why I think you and I first met. I think I drafted a team for you, if I'm like kind of recalling it now. Like maybe you didn't have time to draft a gladiator. Yep. I think I drafted a gladiator for you out of another whole Discord.
Yeah,
that's right.
And I think a second place. I don't know. It was
something like that. It wasn't horrible, bro. But
you really like the gladiators. I didn't do any gladiators this year. I'm getting married in March, so it's just I had to just cut down on all of this. But so this is my big focus. This is the only one I've prepped for.
Well, congratulations on that, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing what avenues your prep has led you towards, and the way that you're developing to play the auctions and kind of your read on the Bubba and the Bloom thing. So I've got the Ryan's AAV. Both of theirs AAV, Bubba and Bloom's listener league tracker up. So I'm just going to pay attention to that. Cool. Just kind of listen to what your angle is on this whole action, because I myself I've only ever drafted 2 or 3 other auctions. So
okay.
I'm still kind of got my head on the swivel trying to pay attention myself.
I've done a lot of Yahoo auctions, but it's so shallow. And NFC B50s have helped prepare me for these 15 teams, because you get deeper into the player pool. And now I feel a little more comfortable. And so last year, my strategy was I wanted to draft a 12 team hitting lineup. I play a lot of 12 teams. I know what wins, and kind of figure out the pitching. And it worked for the most part, but that's really where Tid just blew me away in our league. It was close in the standings, but his starting pitching was significantly better than mine. I do think I'm probably going to go hitting strong again, but have my eyes on some. I'm not going to give too much away, but I have some eyes on some pitching, and I took a look at my strategy and make a few adjustments from last year.
Okay. So you're that's what I don't have, is I don't feel like I have enough of a base to make the small adjustments from last year. I feel like I'm still trying to latch on. And so that's when I'm drafting in a couple of days. That's why I think I mentioned to you in the Discord that I'm really enjoying watching these streams, trying to kind of gather information. So I'll definitely be watching what you do here. What are you, the number 8? Does that make any difference to you here? Number 7, I think you are.
Only in the reserve rounds. So last year I was first in the reserved rounds and I drafted, I want to say David Festa, which didn't really turn out, but you know, at least it wasn't Matt Festa or whoever Bloom likes to draft.
And the first pick in the reserve rounds is the 15, right? It goes backwards in the reserve round. Who gets the first pack in the reserve rounds?
So Norton will get the first pick.
Okay.
I don't know if it snakes or not. That I can't remember.
Okay.
If anybody in the chat can let us know if it snakes, that could be helpful.
Okay.
I think the reserve round is where I feel least confident. I have a plan. I know the plan isn't going to go as planned, but
Okay.
I went with the Bubba and the Bloom team tracker. I put values in from the AAV next to it. At some point, maybe I'll share it once my strategy is awry. Nothing too sophisticated. I'm not big with the sheets like you, but I used all of these tools. You know, the Bloom tracker. You know, the standings. I test out the standings. You know, mock drafts and stuff.
So you use his tool to put a team in there and see if you can get your money value and what your standings come to and all that. He says in the chat here, I'm just looking. He says it does snake.
Okay, great.
So, okay.
Thank you, Ryan. Just testing out the little comments here. Nice.
Yeah. So you're using StreamYard to stream this here?
I am. So I do video editing for a living. In the past, I've recorded clients on here.
Okay.
It outputs a higher resolution than recording them on Zoom. It's very user friendly. I just sent you the link. You hopped right on. And then I actually helped the guys, Bubba and Bloom, with the updated logo and StreamYard graphics. So that gave me a bit more experience. And last year I helped Lucas Bieri with his stream. And honestly, watching his stream the entire time, listening to his thought process was really helpful for my stream later. Or not my stream, but my draft later.
Your draft later, right.
He's a very good auction player. And, you know, he was right there in the top 10. I think he might have finished 6th right ahead of me. I got up to 7th last year. But I don't know if it's going to be possible again. This is a tough room.
So you finished 7th in this auction last year in the Bubba and Bloom?
Yeah, in the overall. I was 2nd in my league. Yeah.
Man, okay.
It was one single day, I got up to 1st. But it was, I mean, what was his name? Jason Weir, I believe. Just, I mean, what a season. I mean, Tid had a good season too. I mean, would have won most years. But, I mean, we are just, I believe that's his name. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. But he was like 1st place pretty much the whole year.
I was out early in the year. I forget what team I had that put me out.
I'm worried about that.
I had like Parker Meadows. I had a bunch of other people on my team where I kind of went the wrong direction. I think I tried to build the $10 outfield last year. Just if I don't have a strategy, I just pick an edge strategy and go with it. That was obviously a mistake. So I finished very poorly in this contest last year. That's why I'm just kind of watching what you smart guys do and kind of trying to pick up something from that.
It's funny you say you smart people because I look at your sheets and I'm like, holy moly, like
that's just my attempt. That's my attempt to grab any handle, to grab anything that stands out. That's all I'm trying to do is just find a red flag in the morass of numbers. So
yeah. Just a quick heads up. Now that we're less than 2 minutes away, I have 2 computers. What you see here is not how I'm operating. So that way I'm not giving too much away. You'll see my queue, but when I'm scrolling through players, flipping through,
there's no way for you to share your sheet from your other computer because you're totally
so I can. It's just there's a little bit of a let's see. Yeah,
I see you. I
can actually.
I got you.
People can see it.
You got a setup over there.
Yeah, I do. With the video editing, I kind of
audio just went off.
In years past, I've printed out the SGP,
your audio died.
The Smart Fantasy Baseball SGP, doing plate appearance adjustments, innings pitched adjustments, using ATC and Oopsie, a blend. and I've printed that out and highlighted stuff. But I kind of just use that now just to kind of get a feel, for what's going on, see some players that surprise me, and go from there.
I think your audio died on my side. Okay. Cool. Cool.
My audio completely died. Can you hear me now?
For some reason, I just can't hear you. I don't think anybody can hear me.
Oh, good. It looks like in the chat they can hear me. Thank God. All right. Norton is up.
No.
Yeah, it looks like they can hear all of us. It looks like it's just you hearing me. Oh God, we got to get rid of that. We got Otani at 41. What? Holy crap. Well, plan's already gone. So we'll see how that goes. That was not my plan, but I am excited. I see it's my other computer that has this volume going. Let me turn that off. All right, we got that guy off, and we have Judge for 46. Is this a soft room? We going, everyone trying to save their money? Let's see here. Got Bobby Witt for 40. Yeah, Mark, we'll move that chat screen out. You'll have to give me a second to figure that out. All right, Bobby Witt for 45. There we go. All right. All right. Augustin for 17. I got to pull up the AAV chart, but it feels like things are going lighter than what I've seen the last few days. I did not anticipate getting him. I'm excited, though. My target was actually, I was going to go with Ellie or Gunner for my highest paid pick. Oh, we got Christopher Sanchez. But I think I'm going to have to adjust that plan. Christopher Sanchez, 28. Let's see if TDK is able to join again. How you doing, TDK?
I'm back in. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great, man. I didn't mean to tilt you at all. I think when you switched the other computer, it might have killed me out, but
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you've been following along, but I think things are going a little low. Kate Smith, now that's 24 seems a little high. I'm trying to
Okay.
pull up the AAV thing. I had it up earlier.
Okay. Let me take a look.
Listener leagues. I texted it this. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, on the clock, we got Joe Ryan. We're going $9.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
I'm curious to see.
All right. How many innings do you think he pitches?
I mean, I don't. I think. I mean, I'm trying to judge his AAV here. I'm trying to get this sorted by either position or player, so I can look at it quickly.
Mm-hmm. So he was one of my targets.
Okay, he's a target.
And then I'm nervous about the back, and I adjusted him in my SGP however you say it, SGP,
right,
down from 170 to like I don't know 150, just
155,
just in case he misses a couple starts. And that for me that lowered him down to I don't know, I think it was 11 or 12 bucks. I was willing to go 13, 14.
Okay.
I'm pretty risk averse though.
I was going to say, so you're risk adverse there, and you're going to play low on any player you're risk adverse at.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific percentage that you throw a player out at? Like, you're going to throw it half, you're going to wait for 3 bids, or it's just kind of how you feel the room at? Is that what you're working on now?
I will work the room a little, but I like to do what Soa just did right here. Get it going, challenge people, see if they get a little startled by the price.
Okay.
But occasionally, like if I throw Victor Vodnik out, it's like $1. I'm going to either get some, I don't necessarily want him, but he'll probably get some saves. If I get him for $1, whatever.
Okay.
Maybe I'll even do $2. I don't know. I'll have to check the AAV. So some people you can't go too high if they aren't in your,
But that's backward. That's smart backwards team building there. So you're saying I could, especially on a player like Vodnik, I can anchor myself 20 saves here, or whatever, and get that for $2. You can backwards build your team. I see some of that strategy. I get it.
And I'm gonna have to find some ways to do that because my plan revolved around a $38 Ellie or 36 Gunner, and this is I'm gonna have to save like $8 or so.
Okay.
But yeah, Judge's average was 49. I feel great about it. I'm really excited.
Okay. So that's like, so you're already re-getting your plans. Are you thinking about, because you got such a discount there, maybe going, quote, another first rounder here or something like that?
No. Yeah, definitely not. I usually play the middle pretty hard, and this is going to be tough for me with a $45. Even Ellie would have felt high for me, 38 when I do auctions. But I mean, for Otani, I mean, it's worth it. And what a steal! I feel great.
Crushing it.
Generational player. I lived in LA for a few years. I wish it was when he was there. I used to watch a lot of Kershaw though.
Okay, thank you.
Jose Ramirez. So I'm a Guardians fan. Grew up an Indians fan. Jose Ramirez is my favorite player. I kind of stick away from him in fantasy. I always feel like he just. I guess it's maybe he just looks older than he is. Like I always feel like he could take a step back, and he just never does.
I guess that's my exact feeling on him too. You look back and he's probably the most productive player over the last 3 or 4 years, and generally probably returns the best value per pick. But it's just one of those years I feel like it's going to be a nothing burger, and I don't know. Should have drafted him the last 3 years, but never did it.
Yeah, I don't mind price enforcing, and so I did land him last year in my Yahoo auction. And so you might see that later today. As I'm very much a value drafter.
Okay.
If I see a value and my value, not the AAVs, I might strike on it.
Okay. I like that. Your value. I have that too. Sometimes I get too sucked into the average value, but I like that you reference your value as like the main anchor.
And it's not really my value. It's ATC's, Oopsie's value with plate appearances and innings pitched adjustments. But that goes a long way, and it really I learned a lot when I started doing that, seeing what 20 innings or so does for a pitcher, especially. So Tucker, 35. I wouldn't mind some Tucker this year. Oh, I did get him. I got him in the second round, actually, in a 50.
That was the kind of player I was asking you if you were going to go in on off the discount, was maybe go a little bit more there on a player of that kind of value of range because you feel that perceived discount.
Yeah, I mean, I do think he's worth as much as Gunner. It looks like I have him for 36, 37. AAV is 35. I like him. So I haven't been going for the outfielders in my prep, the high-end outfielders in auction. I like a lot of outfielders this year. I know people have talked about outfield not being good. I like so many outfielders.
I agree. I like the 10th round outfielders in there. I like your guys in a bit up until the 10th round range.
Ellie for 34. Man, my plan would have went well. I probably should have got in on that.
Yeah, I mean, man, that is a great price. Let me look at his value over the last drafts here.
Wow, he 38 in these leagues, which is or 36, I guess, but he went for 33 in the last one. I was prepared to pay 38. Okay. Ramon Laureano for 9. That's interesting. Very early throw out.
I think that might be too much. I like Laureano, but I don't know.
He's on my list, but I think he might be worth that, but I think you're taking out the value when you draft him at that range. All right, we have Alonso, 24, 25. That's not going to work for me. Yeah, I'm going to have to pull up my plan here and make a few adjustments.
Okay.
But this
sounds like they're positive adjustments.
Though. What's that?
They're positive adjustments, though.
I mean, with Ohtani, I mean, it's gonna be fun to fill out this Bloom board, and sometimes it's not so fun when you like your guys and the Bloom board shoots out something lower than the 80%. But yeah, I try not to make too many manual adjustments. I'll make them in my head, but not on the sheet. I like to keep the sheet honest. All right.
You're talking about your up or down adjustments there.
Yeah, I mean, there are people I'm willing to pay more than AAV for, but I think you just got to acknowledge it's your gut and not lie to yourself on like how many stolen bases they're going to get, or like thinking that you're better than these projection systems. I think is naive unless you're building your own projection system, which I just can't do. High on Alonso, the previous was 29 and he went for 31. All right, Schwarber, I think the average is going to go back down a bit. 56 home runs.
He's the guy. If you're going to go 3.5 player, he's your guy to go and to pay up for a 3.5 player for Schwarber. But that's too much. I don't know. That's higher than anybody's gone for in any of these drafts.
Mm-hmm.
That was the high. That was the high set right there. His highest was previously 27.
Wow. Oh, man, I lost the AAV sheet. Oh, that's right. AAV isn't in the name. It's Listener League Tracker. There it is.
Listener League Tracker, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I'm curious to see the price on this guy right here. Let's see what happens here.
I'm a little too risk averse for somebody starting the year with a handmade bone.
Me too.
I'd have to get a real big value. All right. 1 second. Tom. I know he went high, but he's a big fan of Pete. I love it. Get your guys, man.
Get your guys. Definitely. That's what auctions are about.
When he comes out and hits, when he has the Kyle Schwarber year that just happened, you don't want to be, and you liked him and you didn't get him. 27. This is interesting. This is not part of my plan. 26. So we're paying for closers so far. That another closer went.
Let's see what this gets to. Is it going to go up again? No, he topped out there.
Right? Because didn't Cam Smith go for 24? Yeah. Okay. Closers I'm gonna have to really keep an eye on because it sounds like they're going high so far. I have a $45 player. That's but it is a fab league. I picked up Pagan in this league last year, which is one of the reasons I did well.
So you're saying that little bit of value, extra money you feel like you got in your pocket, you're more willing to spend that on closer because that's kind of like where you think you might fall.
Well, actually, I'm saying the opposite because my first round player cost me $8 more, and I'm like, ooh, am I going to be able to afford the closers I have budgeted?
I see what you're saying.
I might be looking at, instead of like a first tier and a scrub, a spec, maybe I'm shopping in the mid tier more.
2 mids. I got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Interesting.
Last year I went for the star and scrub, and it worked out pretty well. Aroldis Chapman was my scrub. And star was Devin Williams. Didn't work out as well, but
it's funny that you say that. I have a gladiator with Mason Miller and Victor Vodnik, and I feel like that's a great play.
Oh, is it my turn? Let's do it.
Oh, you said it. I didn't mean to salt you out, bro.
No, I love it. I'm not attached to him at all. Okay. I was like, if I get him for $1, let's go for it. But 3.
Who snuck in there? I didn't see it.
Family did. It went really fast, didn't it?
I didn't see it on my end. I'm not sure how it looks on your guys' side.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to bid more, but I wouldn't have had a chance to bid there. It must have been a little delay on my internet or something. All right, we got Vladdy. I like Vladdy, but I'm not big on drafting Vladdy. That average is good though, huh?
That's what it's about right there. I think that and the at-bats, the expected at-bats to carry that so that average carries. I think that's what people are drafting, I believe.
Yeah.
I love these auctions. You're talking about them being get your guys, man. Don't not get your guys in these auctions.
That's why you play auctions.
That's why you play auctions.
You can play snakes and like, I got sniped. Like they're, especially early in the draft, you can reform your plan.
Yeah. And it's even if you're a value drafter, like you already. Let's see what goes on here.
Yeah, very interesting. Oh. I'm taking my hands off of this one, but at 37? Okay.
Man, let me see.
There we go. We got DeCola. And was he our friend who got Pete? I'm rooting for him. Got him. Love it.
There you go. Pete and Paul. That's not a bad one too, right there.
Love it.
Yeah.
Big power.
Strikeouts.
Yeah, power. Home runs and strikeouts right out the gate. Decent values on each. I mean, Alonso a little over, but it sounds like it matched with his value, which is important. We got Crochet coming in higher. I'm a little worried about. It's probably stupid. I thought, he was just like a reliever like 2 years ago. 205 innings pitched. I don't know why. I'm having trouble with him, even though Tid had him in our league last year, and just that.
I had him in a league last year. I might be incorrect on this recollection, but I believe he got 4 inning starts to close the season, so that might be good for him this year. But if they do that again then you don't get your value at the end of the season when you need him. So it can be frustrating both ways with a big player like that, trying to be above 180 innings.
We're jumping to 18.
Here you go.
All right. First base is going hot. It is a position people have talked about as being weak. I have some alternatives, but I love Freddie. And I did have him last year. I know it was a down year, but I didn't mind having him on my team. I mean, sure, he didn't give you the value that you drafted him at, but he's a good player.
He didn't give you the counters, but he gave you the per plate, right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see. Definitely. Oh, here's another interesting player right here. Somebody jumped. See, that's the bit I'm curious you see if you make. Oh, look at. See, somebody went to their top right here. I like that action. Yeah, son.
All right. It's interesting how the room's getting hot again. It started a little cold. Maybe a couple people even showed up late. I don't know. No, we got all greens. So
That's good observation. Good observation there. Do you keep any stats or like knowing how many premium first basemen are left as you go through?
No, I tried because the SGP with Smart Fantasy Baseball, you can input the draft as you go and it'll adjust the values. It'll tell you who wins. And I did that 2 years ago, and it was just too much. I had a great year, but and last year was so. All right, 28 Jazz, but it's already a lot to draft one of these. I do input it in the slow draft sometimes though.
That's right on AAV for Jazz. Yeah, I'll be inputting all of it into mine and trying to get some values out live on Wednesday. So I was just wondering if you keep track of that. It's not in auction. If you're effective at getting your guys, that's really all you got to do.
Yeah. And I use the bloom tracker. I mean, I even updated in the season when I changed my roster, at least the first month or two,
right?
To make sure I'm on track.
Yeah,
that's an area of improvement for me, is navigating the in season. I think we chatted about that in the off season. Oh, Caminero was one of the guys who helped me last year. Was not a target at all. And I think I got him for like $19. I'm like, come on. And it was a couple of bucks under AAV. I went for it and it panned out. So sometimes you gotta, I think, if the spreadsheets say it and you're $2 under, why not? Give it a shot.
Do you remember at the time that you made that play, like what your team build was? Was he extra for you? Were you counting on him, or like?
I think I was being too cheap at the time.
Okay.
And I wasn't getting my guys, and I was just like, I gotta get some people.
Gotta get somebody. Okay.
Getting low, and so I went with him and Wood to try to get some people who could pop. And Wood started to.
My son just pulled a Nick Kurtz.
I had him on 3 Yahoo leagues last year. So every time he hit a home run, it was like buzz, buzz, buzz. And it's like, I had 3 notifications. I loved it.
What did he just go for? 30?
30. I'm rooting for him. I hope he's worth 40, and I won't have him in one league.
I want to see him.
Maybe I have a 10-team home league. Maybe I'll just get him there. Why not?
Get him there.
Yeah. It's an OPS league too. So once I look at those values, it might be a little different. All right, Gilbert for 25. I like them for 25. I'm a little frugal, so I'm not going to go over. But I think that might be in line with what he's usually going for.
It says 24 here on the B&B sheet, and he recently went for 23. So that might be a tad high for this drafting crowd.
Yeah, it's good having that sheet, and I've been studying it. I've watched almost all the streams. It can help kind of see what the community is high and low on. Sometimes it helps you look into somebody. You're like, oh, why did somebody in this draft go 31 on Alonso? Like, I'm gonna take a second look at that after this.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that. All the work I see people doing now on the internet is just pouring through everybody else's numbers to see where the outliers on everybody's numbers are, and then drawing attention to that. Look what I found in so and so's numbers.
So I love it, man. I was gonna jump in at 36 or 37. I think Gunnar has a first round season in him.
Oh, here's a play. We'll see what happens here too. I'm curious about these.
We were really in on Cal Raleigh 2 years ago, right? He might have been part of our Gladiator team.
I think he was. Yeah. I've been super in on him for the last couple of years. As somebody who will return value for where you draft him, and I'm scared that might not happen for him this year as good as he is.
Yeah. I mean, no one expected 60 home runs, exactly. But it just seemed bizarre to me the last 2 years. It was like nobody. the 30 home runs from the catcher position. Now, one thing you should know about me, my name in this league, rare stake ratios. Last year it was rare stake ERA. I kind of think there's a bit of variance in the ratios.
Okay.
I definitely look at it, but my feeling is if you can win an RBI, run, home run, specifically on the offensive side, I feel like you can win that way if you're average in the ratios.
I see what you're saying. If you draft to the other ones, if you draft to what's more predictable,
right,
then what's less predictable is just going to be variance anyway. Yeah, I definitely see the math in that approach. That's a smart way to draft.
It's a little lazy too, honestly. Sometimes I do think it's an area of improvement for me.
Well, I got to ask you, where do you feel on stolen base with that whole variance thing? Because you got to bring in much more than player on stolen base to really understand that. And that's one of the 10 core ones. I'm not sure where to count that.
Your question.
I said, do you count stolen base as hard to count or easy to count?
Easy-ish.
Okay.
I always feel like I have guys at the end of the draft that I think are gonna pop steals. So 2 years ago it was Terang. You and I were in on him. Last year it was Otto. I thought he'd get more stolen bases than he did, honestly. I always feel like there's some guys I like to outperform their projection for stolen base. Okay. Although I do like to have an anchor. I do like an Ellie, a Bobby Witt, to really secure me there. But yeah, I'm really heavy on counting stats in my prep.
Your nomination.
It's a little, it's a little
Your nomination, late. Bro. Your nomination, bro.
For the nomination, we got Connor Griffin.
Okay, good. You got it. There you go. You have your cue set. Good one, Aaron.
7. Oh, this is too much fun. I freaking love auctions. I wish I could have a few beers right now. I'm on some medication, so I'm stuck with tea. But
okay.
I freaking love auctions. They're so much fun.
I like that. The one to somebody was hoping to get him for 7. Somebody got him for 8. You got to feel salty if you went 7 and that's your guy. Oh,
I can't draft players like that usually. So 2 years ago, I drafted Bobby Witt in some leagues. Maybe it was 3 years ago, his rookie year. And I dropped him. He wasn't good for like 2.5 weeks. This is a 12-team league. And I struggle with the patience with these rookies. A little more interested playing in a 15-team league. I'm willing to draft a rookie, but 7 or 8, I knew I wasn't going to be able to get him.
No.
I don't think he starts in the majors either.
That was exactly what I was going to say, is somebody will find a way to hold him on their team for the appropriate amount of time if they paid that money for him.
Mm-hmm. Rooker, 29. Everyone's hot on Rooker. I liked him last year. I was big on all the athletics last year. I had a team called Aaron's Athletics.
There you go.
Shane,
I'm trying to get to 20 games. Trying to get to 20 games this year, man. That's my goal for the A's. Wyatt Langford. This is a player I've never been in on.
Me either. I was thinking about it this year. I was looking into it and looking for outfielders. So I didn't have to spend a first-round pick on outfielder. And I wanted to dream, and I just couldn't. Couple chats real quick. TDK, a pro with the nomination heads up. I really appreciate you coming on and being a co-host. This is much harder than it looks.
It's very hard.
And then we have another comment in that regard. 0 chance I could stream it. It is much harder than it looks. Props to Bubba, Bloom, and Britton, and everybody who did. John Duran, 23. Because you miss guys,
It's an auction is like everybody says hard enough, but then the whole rest of it, I don't know.
When your guys pop up, though, you suddenly zone in.
Oh, yeah. It can get very quiet despite the noise when your guy is there, for sure. You're a pro, though, man. I can see that you're an auction pro the way you're navigating this input that they're giving you, counting however you're counting it in your head. So,
dude, I've drafted with Soa before. I think in some NFBC 50s, I recognize the name. Of course, I've seen him in the Discord, and this is not the first time he's sniped me. I mean, I wanted Freed. I thought it would be a cheap SD1. Another comment. Yeah, we're killing it, I guess. But so I did I was really early adopter to Yahoo Fantasy in like the late 90s when I was in high school or something. And maybe it was middle school. And I would just mock draft like all day long. And and then eventually when they did the auctions, I mean, I would just mock draft like crazy, even when like it was just me and the bots. And so I feel kind of comfortable in the auction room. Yamamoto.
It's funny you talk about the Yahoo auction rooms. You can really kind of grind out strategies there, and you really can just. I remember when I first got in the game like 8 or 9 years ago, I would just sit in those Yahoo mock drafts and just draft over and over again, trying to see what order I could get my relief pitchers to come in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So, all right.
This was my guy last year.
Oh yes, Shea Langoliers, son.
Come on, guys. Let's push this up. Let's be real. I want to look at Soa's team. What do we got over here? Gunner. Soa, are you kidding me, dude? Gunner and Freed. I got to show you guys my plan. This guy. Come on. Both of them were part of my plan. Either Ellie or Gunner.
Ellie, dude, right here.
He better not get my other key guys. All right, Shea for 24, Yamamoto 27, Brown 26. We're moving.
Oh, here's my guy right here.
5.
I like this guy so much.
I thought he underperformed on steals last year, and I don't know what to expect this year, but I feel like he could pop one of those Terang type years.
I mean, it's one of the guys where I already hitched my wagon to him because I like him from when he was nobody, a couple years ago, and it's hard for me to let go of him. But I would let go of him at this price. I couldn't go that price for him.
And shout out to Bloom. Bloom got me on him, Eovaldi, and who was the other one last year? Springer. Oh my God. All 3 of them had him in my listener league draft. Actually, maybe not Otto. Otto, I think I missed out on in the listener league draft because you lose some of the value when you're drafting with people who know.
Right. But Springer, I think he's a polarizing figure last year. So if you were getting him, you could get him for a reasonable value.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who did were so stoked on that. I mean, they're talking about. I've been hearing about him all year.
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled because NFBC doesn't have IL slots. I think I would have been happier to have him in a Yahoo league.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it was just he was going a couple bucks under value. I knew Bloom liked him. Figure why not go for it?
Right.
But yeah, last year I think he cost me $4. So and
different story.
He performed 9. I think he's worth 9. I'm pretty sure that's what I have him for. I was only planning on going up to 6 or 7 though, because I like some other guys at second. Alvarez, 23. It's crazy how the room is just so hot right now when Ohtani was going for 45 and who else? Judge 46. Like people's just, I think clearly were planning to not be in on the top guys.
Okay.
If you didn't plan for it, maybe you just sat it out.
There's experience auction talk right there. Trying to understand what the other players are doing. Maybe you're catching a vibe on what to do next off of that.
Yeah, I mean, reading where the room's at that current moment, like right now, I'm not going to sneak in. I have most of these people are people I don't want. There's a few sneakers that I might try to sneak in at some point, and I'm about to come up in 4 picks. There's no way I'm throwing one of my sneaky guys right now. You got to be able to read the room in an auction.
Okay, to know when to try to sneak it over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the worst feeling in the world to throw out your guy that you're hoping to get for $2 or $3 later, and they go for 9. Got PCA. I liked him early last offseason. I got him in a couple NFBC 50s. And then by the time Fab came around, I was hearing all the analysts talk shit on him. Specifically, I think the CBS guys. and I just fell out. But 23, I'm gonna go for 23.
I
I
hear what you're
honestly have to
saying.
check my values. I don't know.
Let me see.
Am I gonna get him? All right, that's
You go.
interesting.
You go. You got him.
Yeah, and I don't even know what my value is. We're about to check.
Let's see.
Pete.
You needed outfielder. That's top outfielder there.
I do need outfield, and I had another guy in mind that for my first outfielder, and I think I can even still afford him. So yeah, I had him for 22.50 in my sheet. So
you got him for your price.
Yeah, it's basically my price, and I think he can pop much more than the projections.
Okay.
There's downside, but there's also upside, and I'm pairing him with somebody very stable.
Yes. I got to ask you, how many bags you think you get out of Ohtani this year?
Less.
Right.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I would probably say low 20s. But I'm pretty conservative. He's just so. I mean, what 50 home runs? I mean, somebody's been. It's like Pete might get that. I mean, Ohtani probably will.
I like that. I like that you keep your sheets conservative so that when you're self-editing during the draft, oh, here's a good player that you know to always look up.
Thank you for calling that out. I had him. Got him. Nice. Excellent. I wanted to get a top pitcher for under $23. So Fried, Reagans, and I was willing to spend, let me double check, on Sale. I was thinking maybe Sale could go under with the injury risk. So feel great about that. Sorry, guys, I didn't nominate, but Tovar. See what you got.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Tovar.
Okay. While he's going, I'm not in on Tovar. I'm going to start updating my Bloom board, and I have an altered Bloom board.
Okay.
Very little, where I just have my hitter and pitcher cash, because I'm hoping to do about 160 hitting, 100 pitching. I'd usually try to do more hitting, but pitching just a lot of times in these auctions gets inflated. So
okay.
What do we got? Who have I drafted? PCA.
Trey Turner. I like your last two picks a lot. You got good value on those last two picks. Those are foundational pieces you need for your team.
Mm-hmm. And I have and whether somebody could quibble on if they like those players, I mean, there's risk involved, and I'm a pretty risk averse player to get PCA and Reagans with the potential injury. But I mean, it's basically a 1, 2, 3. Ohtani, PCA, and Reagans. You could get a little on. So I have like a first, second, third round pick.
I think in those picks you're trying to get 5-tool players, and I mean Pete Crow, whatever. But if he's good, and he's almost that. And the other thing about Reagans is no starter's a 5-tooler, but a starter with 10 strikeouts in 9 innings is a 5-tooler in my book.
Mm-hmm. And he's healthy now, we think. Yeah. So I think it was I heard debating this recently. I think it was the CBS guys, and I'm kind of with Scott White of just they're all just broken. All right, we got Chris Sale.
Oh, let's see what happens here.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on. Don't do this to me. No, I can't. Love it, Brun. Love it, man. I really liked Brun's draft. I saw him draft somewhere recently. It might have been the Beat the Bloom or Beat the Bubba OC, and I loved his team. That guy has a lot of players that I like.
That's honestly one of the names I recognize out of your room that I've been in rooms with him before, and he called attention to how he was drafting. So
yeah, very good player.
Good player.
And there's a lot of good players in here, I'm sure, but I just have happened to draft with Sola and Brun before. Exactly. I'm a little nervous about Poppin because I know Diaz for 25. Because he posts those daily home runs and stolen bases in the Discord, so that guy knows what's up. I mean, he's
okay. Okay.
Like he's locked in, So I'm a little intimidated. Let's see what he's got so far. Soto, Yamamoto. All right. Not my targets, but a good quality. Oh, and Ramirez. So maybe he'll go stars and scrubs.
Curious. And I think when people are scrubbing this year, they're looking for the scrubby outfielders and those mid-plus pitchers to fill it out.
I hit 20 on Reagan or Abrams, but I was this late. I hesitated with him because he wasn't part of my plan because I had higher end shortstops in mind. But that's the thing I'm going to have to pay attention to is shortstop because I still have a ton of targets at other positions. I love Abrams.
I like Abrams. He's one of my most drafted players.
Yeah, I think I have him in both of my 50s so far. It'll be good to get a little diversity. Munoz, but I do need to save some money. These relief pitchers are going hot. Very nervous about that. You don't want to end up. I don't want to end up with none. It is a fab league, and I'm in on closers. I could have 3 closers, and I'm still going to bid you up in fab on closers. If there's a closer, they don't, keep them from other people.
I remember that about you. Now I'm like another player that we both like is Matt Brash from a couple years ago. Okay, now I'm remembering your styles, dude.
We liked Keisha last year too.
I like Keisha.
But
he's still Minnesota though. Still on Minnesota.
Yeah. Love to nominate closers early. Wipe that money from someone else's pocket. Are you in the room?
That guy's a good player, and he's a game theory player. So when he's talking like that, he's talking from not even a baseball perspective.
No, he is a podcast, right? I feel like people keep mentioning it. Like, this is really good, dude. And I honestly haven't listened in, but I definitely want to. I'm a little behind this off season.
I'm just catching up on my podcast, and I'll be honest, I think it's called Fantasy Baseball Game Theory. It's really good, man.
Nice.
He keeps it short, and he keeps it. He's like third generation podcast or whatever. He's got a pretty dialed. Nice. Good podcast.
Contreras.
Ooh, whoa.
Ooh,
whoa.
Let's go.
Get him. Okay.
Yeah, Rooker, Gilbert, Duran, Green, and Contreras.
Ooh.
So wow. two starters. Green was part of my listener league team last year. Okay. Again, wasn't a target, but he was just a value.
Right.
And, I went for it. I think Contreras could be worth 30. I'm not spending that.
I think the Converse. Oh, here's a player I really like. What did he go for? 22.
Wood for 22. I would have been in on it if it were not for my PCA at 23. I might like that buy a little more. I'd have to double check.
They're right back to back in the AAV, and in every draft I've been in, it's 1, 2, 1, 2. I mean, whatever. They're right next to each other.
They have similar concerns, right? They both miss a lot.
Yeah, I think PCA is more of a sure bet. James Woods might have more upside. I'm not sure how people are seeing it, but close to each other.
All right. On this SGP, they actually have a hitter cheat sheet, which is super helpful.
Oh.
And where do we got these guys? Wood. I have PCA 4 spots ahead of Wood, just ahead of Rooker, but I think I'm a little higher on PCA than some other people are.
Okay. Interesting.
I have Wood in the sheet. I have Wood behind Langford, but in my head, I have Langford behind.
Okay. That's where drafting, where you're on draft day, you look at your sheet and you're like, this is what I'm going with. This is what the room dictates. This is what I didn't put on my sheet that I'm going to use. Oh, here's an interesting closer for you. I don't know what you're thinking on this kind of guy.
I'm not sure what I'm thinking either. Yeah, I had him a bit last year. He's not one you want to watch if you draft him.
No,
Although it didn't feel like he had a 1.6 whip.
definitely not. Thank you
I
so
don't I
much.
don't I don't mind the pick at all for 15, obviously, because I was in at 14. But I like some other people in that range.
I was gonna say in that range. That's why I called it out. I was saying I bet Aaron's
Thank
thinking
you.
in this range a guy.
Yeah, if any closers get called out, feel free to especially if I'm looking off to call it out.
Yeah.
King's ransom for King William. Yep. Roman Anthony for 17. I'll draft him once he proves himself.
Yes. Good call.
No, I think he will. I don't know. Maybe next year.
That's exactly how I feel about it. He's got to do it for me 1 year, and not that I'm hating on him, but I just the whole everything, the ball, everything with him. I just got to see it happen. Here's a polarizing player.
Is he? I don't get it.
I mean, I'm not in on him. That's why he's polarizing to me.
Yeah, why aren't you in on him?
I'm not in on him. I'm not. I just have other options at third base. I'm stupid with third base, man. I played third base late this year, so I don't know why. But that's probably a decent price. Is that a good price for Austin Riley?
It's not a good price, but it's my price.
Oh, you got him. That's your guy.
That is my guy. He's coming back to his stats the year before.
That's okay. If that's that's why
runs at a weak position. I'm all over it.
That's exactly why I said he's polarizing. If that's your buy, then that's a great price.
This would have been my guy if he still had third base. I think Devers is getting some hate, and I don't know if I can afford him now that I just got Riley. But we'll see. Yeah, I think I wanted to pay 19 for Riley. No, I had 20.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those that year you called out, man. If he gets 90% of that, that's a great buy there. And that's the money. That's the play I was asking you if you were gonna get because you had that other value.
Yeah, I mean, I just hate third base this year. I hate it. I mean, look at this. Caleb Durbin is like a starting first third baseman. Royce Lewis, who I used to just love and has just disappointed me over and over again. This is some of them have been drafted. Sorry, but
hey, but you just said what would happen to me, man, and it's probably gonna happen to me on Wednesday night. I'm gonna have to draft Caleb Durbin because I'm so stupid about not drafting another good third base.
Or just have your guy like I do and pay $2 more because I don't want to get lost. I'm a little like maybe Machado is who I should nominate next because I'm a little nervous about is Machado going to go for 22? You know, like because I wanted Machado or Riley because I just hate third base.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess you're through the looking glass on how to hate third base effectively.
I do need to chill on offense, I think, a little bit, though. I'm $88 spent on hitters, so I'm like halfway through what I want to spend, and pitching's going high so far. So I'm a little nervous. I got backups for all of my targets, though, so see how that goes. And I have a few positions that I'm willing to go way cheap on.
Okay. That's really helpful. That way you must have a late pocket where you know you can get any value you want and a plentiful player. So that's helpful to have that outlet for sure.
Oh, I nominated Sonny Gray. I keep missing when it's my turn to nominate. I was going to nominate someone else. He wasn't somebody I wanted, but I got to pay attention because there are a few in here on my end. Chapman's a good nomination since I don't need third base.
Here's Machado's on deck. Oh, he went way high.
Good. And he should go higher for Riley, but I just want to make sure that, you know, he's not like if he goes for 21, I'm going to be pissed.
Well, that's what I always say. I would say somehow you got to start the draft, and start the run instead of end the run. So you just started that third base run, and people are in the middle of it right now, and they're going to start feeling the whiplash at the end of the run, like the end of a roller coaster. So that's right.
The room was hot, and I got 3 guys at my value. So while the room was hot, so that makes me feel good because when the room cools down again,
You'll have a little.
I'm gonna need it to cool down again at some point, and I think it will.
When to speak to hot and cold, are you dividing pitching out on that? Are you?
Yeah, and maybe at the break I'll show my sheet. I mean, it's just a bloom board, but just to kind of show you guys where I'm at, and then if there's time, I'll briefly show my plan, because my plan's out the window. But there probably won't be time for that because these just move so fast. Ben Rice. All right, I'm 18. Come on.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, buddy, what do we got? Dude, this guy is not fair. 8. This is what I planned on doing, is going like hard in the middle. Him and Soa are, I don't know, I can't remember who Soa got, but I liked his plan too. Yeah. Ooh. I really like those drafts so far.
Those are nice. Hey, Ryan said to click off your auto nominate so you don't get caught again.
What do you say?
Ryan said in the chat, hey, click off your auto nominate button.
Oh, because once I nominate once, no wonder it went so quickly. Thank you for the tip, Ryan.
Good note, Ryan. Good note, Ryan.
And we can't necessarily bring the professionalism of Bubba and Bloom. You know, now that there's 2 of us, I could put the Bubba and Bloom graphic in the back. So who would I be? I'd be Bubba and you'd be Bloom.
They called me. They were talking about me and Spencer. They're calling us low budget somebody the other day. Spencer done a couple of streams.
The one that cracked me up was Wilder the other night with the keyboard warrior. He is a funny guy. I love it. If you're watching Wilder, shout out.
Hope you own a printer. Yeah, no, these streams have been great, man. It's great to see all these people that you see in the community in the chat and see how how their vibes are for these drafts, because we all do the numbers, but then here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been in had I not got Reagan's. 21 feels good.
Yeah, either one of those are the guys right next to each other. Webb and Ragans, either one. I got to have either one of those guys on my team. So
most years I go for a Webb, a Freed, Framber type, and I just hit a ton of guys in the middle with pitching. But because I got beat up by Tid last year with Crochet, I didn't want to go top end, but I wanted somebody like Reagan's that could do that, you know. Right. If everything goes right, he's getting drafted in the first round next year. Probably doesn't happen, but
here's an interesting closer right here.
Very interesting.
I do agree with you about Ragans and why it's better to go for him. Like I say, is more of a close to a 5-tool player with those strikeout ratios. And I do agree that Ragans is one of the ones to maybe value a little bit higher in that regard.
Yeah, I was thinking him and Sale, and when they get injured for a month, I pick up the next Nolan McLean, you know, who really helped me out last year.
There you go. And see, that's what you're thinking about, league format and where to go and fab and all that, how to adjust your team after these picks. That's big. Oh, here's another. These closers are starting right now, Aaron.
I can't, after getting him for $1, $2 last year. Maybe it was $4. So it's definitely under 5 last year. And I have trouble adapting. You know, I like to go for the players that I loved last year who underperformed. Like Riley, you know, that I'm getting a discount on this year.
Instead of a player who's got to re-perform at that level.
And he might do it, but
closers are going. Closers on the board right now. Closers are going right now, son. Son, I'll make you some food in about 10 minutes. Okay, you give me 10 minutes. love you. Let me see.
17. All right. And the last two drafts, I think Halsey was going for 17. I like Hoffman a lot, and I liked him a lot last year. I honestly haven't dug into it enough to see what went wrong, but he had the job, a history of solid performance. I was happy to go 15. I was regretting not hitting 16 because I knew someone was going to bid me on 16, but 17, good bid. You took us all out of it.
I think you're right about Hoffman. I think he can get back to what people expected from him before. Here's another interesting player, DeGrom.
I know, right? I mean, $20, you know, like TJ honeymoon period, maybe still.
Man, I guess that's a decent value though, right? 120 innings for $20.
I like it.
I like it.
It's not my type of play, but I like it. And honestly, I'm pretty risk averse, and I feel like I already have a risky squad. So sometimes you got to do that in a 15, though. I mean, not everybody's going to be amazing on your team.
Well, if you don't take risks, you can't reap the rewards, I guess is what I would say. And this whole game is just trying to find that balance. And I guess you got to just, the risks you made are the right kind of risks to get 5-tool players and high strikeout arms.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game. Interesting though. Oh, here's another player.
Oh.
So
Run, what is wrong with these guys?
So is making moves.
They're in on every guy I'm in on.
Who was doing that the other night? Somebody commented on that. I think it was somebody said Sokolsky is in on almost every player.
Thank you for the compliment, Ryan. Thank you for joining us. Hope you can come back later. Fun draft so far. This is a lot of fun, man. And we have one more round till the break. Oh, my nomination. Let's get a few bucks off the board.
There you go. Good nomination.
I don't think he's a bad player. It's just not somebody I need in my plan at all.
No. You don't need. You already got corner power,
mm-hmm.
and so you're good on that for now. And you've got better corner power than that. So
yeah.
I do like Matt Chapman. I believe he's better in real life. That leads to playing time, but he still needs to produce for fantasy.
Mm-hmm. And 11. So even if I didn't have a third baseman, I'm not sure I would have went 11. I think
that's high for the numbers they have here. I think you could find other third basemen you might prefer cheaper than that.
So this is my type of player. Rare stake ratios, tons of bombs, go into a park that rewards bombs, and $13 for a guy that just hit 49 home runs. Come on, man. So my plan was Riley or Suarez, and if I could get a deal on Machado, I'd go that route. But I had to get a third baseman I liked.
Okay, so
I like his draft a lot too.
I like how you said your third baseman was you're going to get to a third baseman you like and know you have power there, and then kind of build your team around that. That's a good strategy. I haven't been doing that, and I feel myself lacking in power.
Hoffman was 2 outs away from being a top closer. Yeah. I mean, that ERA does startle people in the draft room, but that's just not what I'm looking at. I was just a little surprised to see it again. I'm like, oh, yeah, he did have a high ERA last year.
You ever make an average play like Jacob Wilson?
This is the guy you got me in on last year, and I had him in the listener league. Thank you. And God, the amount of players I brought up that I had in the listener league that just had standout seasons makes me think I am going to just tank this year, because there's no way I'm going to take on that many people again.
Try to find one. I got everybody knows my guy's Colt Keith. I'm on Colt Keith.
Yeah.
So that's the guy I'm going to be targeting. Here's another closer, Bednar. Man, closers, I gotta say, I haven't counted the closers gone and the price paid for them. But I mean, if it was, I would probably do that at the break. And
That's exactly my plan. I'm gonna hit the bathroom and I am going to take a look at the closet, my targets, and make sure I have them up.
I'm gonna make my kids some food, and I'll jump off, but I'll hit you a link again. Maybe if you're still feeling the vibe, just let me back in the room after the break, bro.
Sounds good, man.
Cool.
Family first. So yeah, take care of that, and we'll see you maybe later.
Yeah, I'll hang on with you through the break here. I kind of want to see the board that you put up or whatever, so I can think about it a little bit.
And also, I could just text it to you if you want to look at it. I'm hiding it from the others, but
oh yeah. Shoot me on the secure communication channel.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is Giants' great Sidney Ponson.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. Jackson Merrill there, huh? Oh, gosh, I feel like I try to reference what Ryan and Bubba have said about all these players to try to get a base for how they've been bidded.
I mean, Merrill 21. I got PCA for 23. Feels reasonable.
Yeah, I think PCA has more upside than Merrill for sure.
Oh yeah, not as safe though.
Oh, here's a guy, Dylan Cease.
Yeah. All right, 18. I like that.
Let's go.
Not one of my targets, but I like it.
Ooh, let's see what happens here.
Hell yeah. I know people are like, the biceps, whatever.
Get that.
Josh Hader for $10. I mean, I'll fab it if it's a fab league. If he either hits for $10 and then I can really go for the overall if you hit on that, or you drop him because he's injured and there will be a closer available in the first month or two.
Exactly. And the thing about Hader is like maybe you just got to hold him for a little time. It is a fab league. You do have bench spots, and he has been all-star before, so I don't hate that pick at all.
Yeah, I looks like maybe I didn't have to do the stun $10 pick, but that's kind of what I was going at. I wanted everybody to be like, oh, I got to look at my sheet, and
Hey, I don't want to let the cat out the bag, but I said this in the Discord. I'm coming out at the top stun pick on every guy I nominate on Wednesday.
Yeah, but you do that 10 times in a row and then do the opposite, like,
oh no, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, bro. But so I don't know any tactics for
Iglesias 15. I would have preferred that. I'm not a big Iglesias guy, but that's a pretty good value.
Isn't there spring training news to be heard about all that and him and his role and how that's going to work out, though?
Maybe. I'm a little nervous that he's not going to be. I think he's going to come out with the role, but he struggled a little bit last year. It was a big target of mine. He came out for like a week or two of the role and then came back in. And if that happens again, he's done. I mean, Robert Suarez will swoop in.
He won't go back in. If he comes out, he won't go back in.
Whereas if Hader is like injured for the first 2 months, like he's coming back in, and I just was listening to the guys. I think it was the auction primer episode a few weeks ago, and they were hating on Hader, but not me.
Hey, I think that distinction you just made about leaving and if they're going to come back in and why. I mean, Hader's definitely going to come back. If he was to be, he was definitely coming back out. So that's a better idea.
God damn it. Duran was my guy, and I didn't get him because I spent on PCA, and I don't know how I feel about that. I probably should have went for it. I think he's being undervalued tremendously. I have him at like $24. I was planning on paying 20 for him entering the draft, but once I got PCA, like I said earlier, there's a lot of outfielders I like, and I have to save some money somewhere. Great pick, Timko. I love it. I don't know if you agree, but I mean, he has
Oh
batting
no, I
average,
mean
stolen bases. Maybe he pops home runs again. Probably not.
he's great. I mean, I like Jaron Duran a lot. He's just not a target of mine, but I do exactly hear what you're saying. If I already have top outfielder, I might be more off of 1B outfielder. I put him at 1B. So tough to let him go there. But if you have targets later, I would, and a first outfielder is probably the right play.
And he isn't a target in snake drafts for me. There's usually other people I like around there, but in an auction, I felt like this is a guy who has $5-6 of surplus value.
Okay.
You need 5 outfielders anyway. My plan was for him to be a very cheap first outfielder, but instead I got PCA. Feel good about that too.
One of my favorite builds I saw from anybody I draft where they got some crazy deal on Duran being their first outfielder. So that you got to get the other outfielders behind him. You've got to get every outfielder going up to the 10th or 12th round after Duran if that's your play, but it can be a way to go, I guess. Here's another guy. This is another very interesting outfielder right here.
Mm-hmm. He matches the rare stake ratios.
Yeah.
He fits my type of plan.
He's a counter type of dude for you for sure.
And how am I looking? I'm pacing for 34 home runs, 21 stolen bases, but obviously that's going to go down. My average, I have a little average to spare. Let's go 16. I am looking at first base now, though, because I realized once Vinny went off the board that I had, and this is where I'm planning on saving some money since I went with Ohtani instead of Ellie. First base is I had $20 budgeted for Freddie, Vinny, Naylor, one of them.
Right.
And all of them are off the board now. So I'm going to have to get creative here. But I had to save money somewhere. So the room made the decision for me.
Yeah, sometimes I like to save myself from myself picks that somebody else makes. Ooh, here's an interesting player right here. Let's see this guy. Look at this guy.
I know I said earlier I don't like to pay for the guys I got off waivers $1 last year, but closers are running hot, and so I'm willing to pay AAV on a closer. Oh, it's me. Let's go for Mackenzie Gore. Let's see what the room thinks about this.
Yeah, definitely count those closers, man. They are off the board. I really like Mackenzie Gore. I have him on so many teams.
But I mean, look, it's a much riskier team than I usually like to draft, but you know, if Hader pops, everybody else paid on closer and I didn't. You know, it probably doesn't pop, but we'll see. And this is probably a scenario with Hader where I need 3 RPs, you know, coming out of this draft.
Well, that's still to be determined on how you draft your mid-plus pitchers you're going to get into after the break. But it's also a fab league where you can scramble for saves, and maybe you said you were going to be the first guy scrambling for him. It's probably the right strategy, I would guess, if Hader was injured or you didn't feel like he was going to work out.
Oh, we got a great comment. Love that dedication, TDK. Holding off dinner until the break. Discipline.
Hey, my kids, as soon as I sent them back in there, they found some dinner for themselves.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's a fact.
I'm not in on Buxton. I have enough risk on this team. I'm not Hader and PCA.
You're right about your evaluation about the intangible parts, the quote risk parts of your team. I would guess I would think about that a little bit as I was forming my way to
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's an interesting player too.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I thought about bidding on Swanson because of just how safe he is, and it's like, you know, he is not part of my shortstop plan, but my shortstop plan disappeared. So
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, got away from
first base and shortstop are the ones I no longer have a plan for. Everything else, I still feel like I have specific targets.
I see. I mean, I'm seeing some players in that queue there who you could plan Um, just you could plan back around
Yep.
to get some of that value you were thinking you were going to get out of. Who was Ellie and who was your other one? Gunner?
Gunner.
Yeah, you have some players in there. And who was your first base target? Did he get away from you, or you just
I was
decided to go
gonna
a different
go
way?
with Freddie or
Okay.
why am I blanking on Devers, just or Harper? I like all of them. I like all of those like top tier $20. Oh, Olsen was but anybody I could get for $20 was my plan.
What's your
But
plan?
out of whoever fell of that big bunch, I like them all, and I could have gotten Freddie or Vinny, but I didn't because my budget is a little constrained.
Yeah. But you got that juice out of Otani. So any of that perceived, and you've got power pop at your third base there with Riley. So any of that perceived have to get a power first baseman is kind of maybe too much. You can go somewhere else. Here's a guy I like a lot, Yuri Perez.
So Otani, I'm kind of looking at him as like almost like my first baseman. I usually put a corner in my UT,
right?
Try to get some extra pop, usually a good hitting position, and so I'm not as in on Yuri this year. I honestly, I took a look under the hood. I can't really even remember what I saw, but I think it was like his hard hit rate, maybe. I can't remember, but liked picking him up on Fab last year.
I had him injured on a team, and I traded him injured to a guy and got a good comeback on it, so I can't mind it. Yeah.
Hunter Goodman.
Wow.
Another value last year.
Yeah.
I love just picking up Colorado guys, and especially because he had outfield too. And my NFBC 50s, I was all over him. And later in the year, I had him in outfield actually, because I had so many injuries on a team.
And that's so helpful. That couple at bats at outfield or a couple weekends at outfield can be so helpful for your team late in the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you don't want to take a zero. Of course, you don't want to start a catcher in outfield, but
he's starting in Colorado. You put him in there.
All right. I think Pollard was trying to just sneak Kelly through at the end of the round, and not gonna happen.
He wants him.
All right. I would have been happy to get him at $3-4 late in the draft, but not a target.
Pollard's he's got some money left. Yeah, he's all right.
How am I? That's another thing I got to look at is where I am in relation to the room. I've been sitting out for a while, and I actually have a little money.
Ooh, interesting closer right here. This is a target of mine. There you go.
$2 up bid.
Like that idea.
You're gonna have to pay for it if you want it, boys. Oh, come on. You're gonna have to pay for it, and you did. They named him the closer, and that should add a few bucks as it did.
I got him on teams. Hey, I'm gonna make these kids dinner, and I'll
go. Would you have gone on that pick? Would you have gone? What did he go for?
He went for 18, and I think you bid it to 17, and it was at 15, and you went a double.
On 19.
No, but it made me consider going a triple up bid instead of. It made me really consider when I want to go a double bid to just put a third dollar on it. Is what it made me think about.
I think you're right. All right, man. Enjoy dinner, guys. I am going to break for. I think we have 5 minutes. 17 after. So I'll see everybody in a few minutes, and maybe I'll see you later tonight, TDK. Thank you so much.
Great stream, man. I'll hit you back in a bit.
All right. Talk soon. All right, we are just about back. Sometimes people will try to sneak someone through when you come back, so you have to make sure you hop right back on when they say. Oh, thank you, TDK, for coming on. It's much harder to do these auctions than it looks. When you see Bubba and the Bloom doing this, they really makes it a lot harder on them, and so it's very much appreciated that they host these leagues, they play in them, and everything. Oh, we got a nice logo comment in the chat. That's in the NFBC chat, though, not the YouTube chat. Maybe, hopefully, they're talking to us. Help the guys design that. The little, actually, the auction thing is missing a little piece. I don't know what did happen there, but that was Bubba's idea to do a gavel on the listener league one, and we've taken this same template from the draft and holds and. Or not the draft kit, and applied it to a few other things. All right, 18 after. We should be starting soon. I didn't have time to look at my full plan, but there are a couple positions that I took a look at and am physically writing down so that I do not forget them. Thank you, Slayer. Slayer. It's funny. I hate how it does the at thing instead of just my name. Mine is actually at Eddie Goodell, which, if any of you know, is a little person who had had a novelty one at bat. I don't really feel great about that, though. It's like I thought it was funny when I first signed up years ago, and I don't know. I'd just rather it be Aaron Gifts or just my actual name. So we got Bichette coming up. I mean, shortstop is a need for me. Going to play. Whoa, did that? Hey. Was that a glitch? I was trying to bid more on there. I might have been lollygagging, though. Yeah, I was going up to bid, and maybe I just waited too long. $13, great value on Bichette. I was willing to go higher. All right, Mookie at 18. The Bichette thing, yeah, I would have bidded higher. I honestly don't know if the software glitched or if I just wasn't paying attention. Likely the latter. Love the value. You can shift him to third base, middle at some point. Andy Pajes. Okay. Not in on him. Can take a look at some stuff. Okay. Dylan Cruz was really in on him last year, and it didn't work. Do I want to go back to the well? The room's coming out hot. You know, some of these players are getting low on money, though. Yeah, I'm suddenly looking like the rich guy after feeling like I was on a budget. Always got to be careful about that, and you don't want to leave too much money on the table at the end. Perdomo. You know, I'm not super in on him, but Scott White is talking him up. Definitely trust that guy. Very smart guys over there at CBS. I need a shortstop. Average couldn't hurt my rare stake ratios. All right. All right. I don't love paying for the breakout, but I think he's going to draft first. I think he's going to hit first. I think the average is legit. I think the power comes back. I'll need steals. Perdomo is basically Neto 2.0, except Neto went for $30, maybe 29, and so I'm getting. And I need shortstop. I hope you're right, man. I mean, but Neto doesn't have that type of average, does he? I mean, the projections are saying 259, but I'll take the over on that. I'll also take the over on 20 stolen bases. But 13 home runs, I might take the under. I'm not sure how much power he really has. Honestly, I don't even know what my number is on him. I do know that I need shortstop. The room's hot, and I'm happy to get a guy that Scott White loves for AAV. Why not? You know, there are people that spend their whole careers studying this stuff, and if you've seen them have success, you know, I like to listen. Britain got me in on Tyler Soderstrom last year. I saw him draft him in an NFBC 50. And I was like, I don't really know about that guy. And I took a look into him afterwards, and I liked the stadium. Soderstrom, a good value there. Maybe I should have bid on him for first base. I was looking at him as an outfielder, but Michael Harris, 15. This is interesting. Interesting. Maybe I should have been in on that. How much should I get Perdomo for? 17. So I've spent 115 on hitting and 23. Oh no, Pater. That's 33 on. So 105 on hitting and 33 on pitching. We'll throw 18 on Valdez. I do need a pitcher too. All right, take it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make me feel great about his second half, but my other SP2 target is no longer on the board, and he has a back sprain, Joe Ryan. So we'll pivot to Valdez. And I think Valdez Reagan's combo is interesting. You know, if Reagan's maybe the shoulder is an issue, I still have somebody that can go out there and give me innings. I like the ballpark. Say is interesting. Oh, I'm a little Cubs heavy if I win this. Whatever. It looks like I'm rooting for the Cubbies this year. Pete Fairbanks. Closers have been going hot. And yeah, why not? Not my target, but with closers going high, I'll pay AAV on a guy we know has the job. Sure, injury risk, but I mean, the team traded for him. Like, that means they like him. And the thing is, in a fab league, like, your Fairbanks goes down, you better be the one bidding the most in fab that week if you want him. I put that in my draft tracker, and 58 saves I'm projected for, but I don't believe the hater projection. Now that's in the Bloom draft tracker. In my SGP, I have haters innings down a little bit. Not by much, but just in case he misses some time. It seems like he's going to at the start of the season. And I think I have him in the low 20s for saves, actually. But I mean, who knows with the injury? I mean, who knows? And thank you. Fantasy Baseball GT likes the Fairbanks buy. Not a target, but when every single closer is going above value and he's not, I mean, let's take the value. And now suddenly my pitching's coming together with Framber, Reagans, Hader, and Fairbanks. Okay, Riley Green. I'm not crazy about Green, but this does look like a really good value. Nice pick, Soa. I mean, my SGP loves him. He's like 19th overall. Had I not just bid on Seiya Suzuki, I like 14 Green better than Seiya 16 for sure. But because I just drafted Seiya, I can't. I mean, I just don't feel like I can afford that. And I like a lot of late outfielders. We got Strider. Great deal on Riley. Thank you, Spenceman. TDK was on earlier, and it was funny. I think he helped me get him because he was kind of like, I'm just not really in on him this year. And meanwhile, I'm like, I'm going high on Riley. Okay, I no longer need shortstop, but Pena could play middle for me. This is who I thought I was going to pivot to when I didn't end up going with my initial spend on a shortstop plan. But now that I have Perdomo, God, this is nothing like my plan looked like. In the next break, maybe I'll show my plan when it's like, it doesn't look like this team. Reagans, I think, Reagans was my backup for sale. So I think the only target on my team right now is probably Riley. Everybody else I perceived as a value buy. Hater was actually a target. I'm kind of zigging or zagging when everyone zigs, whatever that expression is. I told Bubba and the Bloom not to let me bid on Seager this year. I love Seager. $11. Love Seager. Have fun with him on your bench for a few months. It's going to really piss you off, but I freaking love that guy. Great buy, Pollard. I feel like I should have went 12. I bet you would have gone up to 13. Again, I like Seager 11 value, but you can only get Nafintech to me once. Got Drake Baldwin. I think I'm not a doctor. Drew Baldwin's real popular this year. I can see why. Oh, he has his auto bid on. I'm like, how come I'm hitting that and it's not going up? So Norton wants him. And he's going to get him if it's up to me. Hamley coming in for 17. Norton 18. Oh, you guys were playing coy. Man, I spent like $80 in a matter of minutes earlier. Seiya, Geraldo, Chase Burns. This is interesting. We got 13. And then I get him. Really? Excellent. Did not think that was going to happen. I wanted to get one youngster, maybe more, but I thought I'd end up with maybe Sheehan for 13, but Burns for 13. Man, let's do it. I got a 1, 2, 3. I like the Reds this year. I get nervous about the park, but, I mean, it's a lot of Ks. Rare stake ratios. I'm still coming in at 3.45 ERA. It's only going up from here. Oh, only $60 left, though. All right. So I got my shortstop. I think there's going to see some deals in this room. It started off soft, and then it got wild, and I think we'll get some deals. Oh, I thought I nominated him for 3. Whatever. Okay. We got Soa coming up. Rayu. Is he still platooning? I honestly, I just haven't even looked at him this year because I liked him last year. I drafted him. I didn't like having him on my team, though. It just felt like he wasn't playing as much as I wanted him to. I can't really remember if maybe he got injured. Hey, I do need a second baseman, but got $60, so if you look at the bottom here, I think this is my max bid, which is another way to look at this. Because $60 is pretty relative, I've filled a lot of spots, so my max bid is lower than a lot of people. Nick Pivetta. I got 3 starters, so have at it, boys. And $11, 12. Braun and Soa duking it out. Braun with Chris Sale, Yuri Chapman, Olson, Rice. Damn. These are good teams. I think he's looking to get more starts this year. Okay. I think I need to take a second look. Not part of my plan in this draft, but definitely I have at least one more NFBC 50, and maybe I'll take a look at him for that. Adele, 13. Okay. I still have plenty of guys I like. I have one or two positions I'm willing to spend on, and aside from that, I'm pretty comfortable just taking the deals as they come to me. I like Ceddanne Rafaela in a 15 teamer. I had him in a 12, and I was not thrilled. Although he did live up to value, it just hot and cold, hot and cold. It's something I can tolerate a little bit more in this deep of a league. I lose patience in the shallow ones. Drew Rasmussen. Maybe he doesn't get babied this year. Although 150 innings, I thought I remembered him getting babied more than that. So good season by him. Yeah, I only had Rasmussen for 10, but not somebody I've done a deep dive on. Trevor Story. And what a year. The other thing about Trevor Story is didn't he total 300 plate appearances the 2 years prior? Yeah. 274, 276. I don't know, something like that. Math on the fly is difficult. All right. All right, Santana. I got 3 closers, which y'all probably think is crazy, but I got haters. So, and combined, I'm spending 37 on closer, which is a bit high. My target was less than that, so I need to be careful, but I'm going to have a lot of saves. And Hater can bomb, and I'll still have some saves. Yeah, I mean, Tom says crushes saves there. I honestly, I don't know how smart it is. I was planning on spending 9 or so, or 9 or 10 on. I'm blanking on his name. The backup to Hater, just, get a backup to him. But for $2 more, I get somebody who actually has the job. So we'll see. Just means you don't need to waste any specs later. That's right. So there are definitely some other positions I need to spec on now. I'm feeling very good about my pitching. I only need 3 more starters, and I got at least $9 for that. Definitely need to focus on hitting. I have some positions to fill. But my team right now, according to the Bloom tracker, is on pace for 262 average, 93 run, 28 home run, 87 RBI, 18 steals, 350 ERA, 1.19 whip, 123 K. So my K per player base is down, but that makes sense if you draft 3 relievers. You're going to end up at the end of one of these drafts either looking like your Ks are down too much because you drafted 3 relievers, or your saves are going to look a little light. And what's really going to happen throughout the year is sometimes that slot's going to be a relief pitcher. Sometimes it's going to be a starting pitcher. And I agree. It's probably not ideal. I saw the value and I took it. He was my initial closing target. I think he holds the job for an average team, $12. I was planning on going for him and Hoffman, but Hoffman went higher than I wanted. I really liked it until I grabbed all 3 of them and realized, oh, that's 37 total dollars. So I overspent on saves, but the whole room's overspending on saves. You know, I don't want to pay $12 for, I'm not going to name names, but some of the closers that are left. There's only one closer on the board left I like as much as Santana. And, you know, Santana isn't great. I mean, his projected ERA is 4, but I think he has the job. I think he keeps it. High 20s saves. All right, Ryan Walker 10. I like that better than my Dennis Santana 12. I do like Santana more than Walker. I know Walker's a better pitcher. He lost the job last year. Like, he could lose the job again. Yeah, that is the beauty of auctions. We got Will Smith up, and it's funny. I could pull up my plan, and my team just looks nothing like it. Can only pop this up for a second because I have to pay attention to the draft. I don't want to give up too much of my strategy, but this team looks nothing like the one I was building, or I'm building. Oh, on the clock. Let's get some money off the board. Bid away, my friends. I just don't understand it. Did he get the job in the postseason? I'm not touching the Brewers. I just don't understand what's going on there. And it's they're both being bid around the same price. I can't put my finger on it. I'll take a worse pitcher. I know people say draft skills. I've read it a billion times. It's in the baseball prospectus, or not this prospectus, the one that Bloom writes on, draft skills. But I just don't think with closers that's what you do. I think you draft roles with closers, and especially in a 15-team league, it's, you know, there aren't 30 closers. Tends to lean on tiers. Yep, definitely do that. I think I definitely do that with starting pitching. I think it's kind of straightforward to map that out. And I've done that with Reagans, Valdez, and Burns. With outfielders, I'll do it too. I'm not sure with infield. It's just I think I have trouble sticking with my plan because then you got to do the corners and middle infield. So I already have backups I like that I'm planning on drafting at corner. So sometimes I end up just losing my tears. And so I have 12 players needed for $48. So an average of 4 each. That's not too bad, actually. I'm feeling broke, but I keep taking these lulls where I'm like, oh, I'm broke. And then I see the room catch up with me, and then I see a deal and I take it. All right, Nolan McLean, $12. That feels good. If I didn't have Burns, I would have been in on that for 13. Zach Wheeler. I already have a share of Wheeler. Big Wheeler guy, though. And we still have 26 watching. Thank you guys for joining. I honestly, when I did this, thought there'd be like 4 views. So I knew it would be somewhere between 4 and 40, but you know, these drafts are fun. So I've been watching them all. I'm glad you guys are watching them too. It's really, I think what's really cool is that they got somebody, I think all but one league, maybe all the leagues streaming. And so this was the only league I think that didn't have a streamer. And so I went for it. I'm like, yeah, why not? I can stream it. Somebody's got to. All right, Mark Jordan says it's a new low, 10 on Wheeler, usually 14. I think the people are running out of money. I think maybe we'll start to see some values. I mean, Glassnow just went for 8. I like that. I like that a lot. Glassnow is not a target of mine, but for 8, yeah, why not? I mean, what people are going 8 on like Miz, right? Reese Hoskins, $2. It is fun. Yeah, I've liked it more than I thought I would. TDK was great. And if you want to come on, let me know. Shoot me a DM on Discord. I'll send you the link. And yeah, if anyone's sticking around, wants to pop on the stream, I'm more than welcome to meet some of you guys and see what you guys think. Thank you, Bluebird. We got one of Ryan's guys, Teoscar up, $11. Don't mind that, but I'm conserving money. Paul Sewald, huh? What's his deal? They're breaking news? Interesting. Are you back with the Diamondbacks? They don't have a closer, do they? Jansen. Another closer, 13. Ooh, $12 Dominguez. Yeah, closers have been coming in hot. And I helped fuel it, I guess, by taking 3. I really like that Ryan Walker for 10, though. Yeah, if I did Ryan Walker for 10 instead of a $15 Pete Fairbanks. But Fairbanks, like and this is the thing with Santana too, is they have the job. Maybe the regret is Hader, but it was early in the draft, so. And that will have to be a fab strategy is, maybe I'm not in on the closers as much, and maybe I'm hitting the starters more, or it looks like maybe hitting more. Xavier Edwards, take a look at my tracker and see how I'm doing on average and steals. I think I'm doing fine. Too many tabs. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well on average and steals. I mean, I'm doing well on all of it because I only have 5 hitters, so it's only going down from there. But I'd rather not go with a one-dimensional player yet. I guess he's two-dimensional, but I do like Edwards. Mike Trout doesn't fit my build. A little too much risk, and I already have him on a team. I like to spread the wealth a little bit, not get too invested in people. Altuve. Had a lot of Altuve last year. Really love the second base outfield eligibility. Been a stud forever. Of course, he's taken a step back, but I mean, it's Jose Altuve. And yeah, Mark, I think you put this in a little bit ago, but it's been confirmed. Prices are cooling a little. Kyle Stowers. Oh, it's me. And don't know if prices are cooling on Adley. What do we have him coming in at? Bubba in the Bloom, average of 9, so he came in right on target. I have not been in on Adley. However, I took a look at the projections, and they're still really strong. And it seems like he's gonna get the playing time. I like Basayo more, but I'm less confident about the playing time. So they're both coming in around similar value, projected value, I should say. Yeah, Stowers did feel like a nice upside play, especially at $9. I think the AAV might be 11 if I remember correctly. Definitely considered jumping in, but I have some other ideas at at outfield. Emmett Sheehan. Yeah, you gotta love Emmett Sheehan. I mean, we really that worried about them limiting his innings? The best team in baseball. Love it. $14. I would have been in on that if I did not have Chase Burns. Might like it better. I don't know. Bryson Stott. This is a guy I used to draft a lot. I think Bloom likes him. But he usually gets more than 500 plate appearances, right? I think I have it higher. $11. Shota. I was going to nominate him soon. I figured there's a lot of Shota lovers in here since Bloom's a Shota lover. Shota for 7. Usually going for 10s. That is the lowest get on Shota in the listener league so far. Nice bid, DeCola. I had him last year. He's tough to watch. I really like, some people say not to like watch your starters and closers, but I just don't agree with that. Like that's a big reason I play fantasy baseball is like for an excuse to watch a game. And so if I don't like watching a player pitch, I generally don't like to draft him. I'm trying. Ian Kahn, I think, is the first person I heard say that, and he was big on Strider and just kind of like he liked to watch him pitch, you know. Fantasy baseball is supposed to be fun, and like, I didn't like watching Shota pitch. I did like watching Chase Burns pitch. So now Chase Burns costs $6 more, but just to give you a little bit of my thinking. Used to things that are tough to watch. Yeah, I was feeling that way about Estevez. I'm like, I know he's worth it, but Ryan, he makes an appearance. He's probably been listening in the background and like not sure if he's gonna hop back in tonight, but he came sniffing around once Shota's name was called. I don't know, Ryan. You are a more analytical person than me. I take a lot of your recommendations, but I'm not going in on Shota. $9 Bubba. Yeah, the deals are coming. I got spendy in this draft. I saw a lot of values. $6 Caballero. That could be nice. I mean, he's going to play, right? I mean, first time ever as a starter. Yeah. If you are going to not watch your players, it should be the closers. But I got to watch my starters. I mean, come on. That's fantasy baseball. It's the best part is to like watch your starters and like see who's on your teams that's playing that day. Michael King at 10. I absolutely love that. Absolutely love it. That was part of my plan. I did abandon my plan because I was gonna eye King for my third starter, and I got Chase Burns at 13. So, but I love Michael King, and we'll see if he gets the innings. But I mean, you run that risk with a lot of people in that range. Shane McClanahan. You know who would be fun to nominate? Speaking of wildly injured pitchers. I mean, he's not injured now, but he's had a lot of injuries. Grayson, he appears healthy. I like this headline. Grayson Rodriguez appears healthy for camp. Yeah. It's like there's a healthy amount of skepticism there. Dodolo, I went from 7 to 10, trying to shock the room. It did not work. I like King a little more than Lodolo, but for King, I would have had to bid 11. So this one, I was thinking, I'll just get him at 10. And I also kind of knew this room was going to be hot for Lodolo. So, although 13, I think, is a normal range, I thought he'd go for more. Taylor Ward, 36 homers last year. Pretty inconsistent, but... Hey, Scott, how's it going? It's been going good. I'll show my team here in a second. It looks nothing like what I planned. You can see my pitchers here. I don't know what I'm doing with 3 closers, but Hader, he's injured, so who knows? And my hitters have just been all just value picks. Everybody, Shohei, first of all, where's he? 45. Didn't want Perdomo, but I couldn't afford the guys I wanted because I got Shohei. Riley was a target. I just liked Pete's value and Seiya's value. Tried to get in on Miz there. Miz has, I believe, gone for 8 in every draft so far of the listener leagues. And I was 9 in the last one. I was looking at him like, yeah, I think 8, that feels good. That feels like a good value. And he was somebody I was considering for my 4th RP or 4th SP. Let's get wild. I'm going to go $2 on Grayson and just see if nobody bid. Wait, I thought I bid 2. Whatever. Oh, that's a max bid. I did. I wasn't going to go more than 2. So who cares? Who knows what you get? But what if you get a stud? That'd be nuts. What if you get 2 months of a stud? It's a fab league, and you drop him. I honestly don't know what his deal is. I haven't even really considered him that much. All right, we got a co-host. I welcome the company. TDK was awesome earlier. Oh, I didn't see it because it's a message request. Griffin Jacks for 10. Yeah, it's just, are they going to trade Clevenger? I think he has that job. I like it. So, Mark, I already have 3 closers. I have Santana, Fairbanks, and Hader, and I don't know how smart that was. The room was just really hot for closers, and so I took every closer that was at my perceived value. And I think I have Hader for more, but I'm not, I'm not an injury expert. Clevenger is a lefty, I believe, but Tampa kind of has a history of mixing and matching. And Jack's peripherals were good, but he did have a high ERA last year. And, it's small sample size. If he doesn't get the job done, will he keep it? I do like the Jack's bid. I'm just... I went for some people I perceived as a little safer in terms of the role. They have other risk. I mean, Santana has a performance risk, Fairbanks injury risk, Hader is injured. And Bubba shared that study a while back that really stuck with me, that a lot of people in the main events, I believe, only spent I think it was like $20-some on closer, like usually 1 stud and 1 spec. And that's not what I'm doing. So that's it does make me second guess if it was a good strategy, but you know, it's hard not to make a mistake in an auction. It moves very fast, and then if you have value, go for it. The thing is, though, I don't know if people are still watching that are in this draft, but I'm not messing around on Fab. When some closer comes up and I got 3 closers, guess who's bidding? Like, you ain't getting them for free. I will bid on every single closer. I bid on Pagan when I had 3 closers last year. It just, and it worked out because Devin Williams lost his job. People get traded. No, I took too long. Fuck. Nice bid, Ponson. I tried to get cute and type in 12 and just to really nail it, and I didn't do it in time. I should have just bid 11, but I love that value on Yainer Diaz. Super in on him for up to $13, and you got him for 10 in a 2-catcher league. Excellent. Do we have a second baseman? 3, 2, 1. We do. Brandon Lowe got some power. I don't understand it. I have no idea why this guy is going. I mean, I guess he gets injured. We got some bombs from second base. New team. Maybe they even play him more. It's hard to go for me to go 10 on Alvarez when Yainer went 10, but like I do like Alvarez. I'm so mad about Yainer. I can't go on tilt though. Like I said right before that, mistakes will be made. Oh, for 11. So we like Alvarez more, huh? I don't know. You got 20 home runs, some good average from Yainer, tons of plate appearances. I don't get it. I think him and Lowe should be going for higher. Marte might be a value. Why not? Let's go $7. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to keep bidding that up. I'm not a big Marte fan, but I wasn't going to let him go for $6. Come on. Add Brandon Lowe to my sheet. How much did I get Lowe for? 7. That's right. So 219, does that match up? Yep. 128 on pitching or on hitting, 91 on pitching so far. So I've spent a little bit more than I wanted to on pitching, mainly because of the 3 closer thing. His main target there. Yeah, I really like Alvarez. Don't get me wrong. I just he was one of my backups. So I had a catcher 1 target. That was Yainer Diaz, and I felt like just a tremendous value with catcher prices going so high this year. And Alvarez was one of my backups, but it was hard for me to hit the button after Yainer just went for 10. I kind of got anchored to the price, which they talk about in a lot of the auction primers. Kevin Gossman. This is my guy a couple years back. Remember, was it 2 or 3 years ago? This guy helped me win some money. still pretty good. Those stats are better than I remember. Man. I might have to take a second look at Gosman before my next draft. For some reason, I felt like I think sometimes I conflate him and Luis Castillo for some reason. I have no idea why. And I know Luis Castillo has kind of lost a bit in the last couple years. He's still performing, but the under the hood stuff. We got Chandler Simpson. Why not? $4. Who needs defense? Got him. Okay. That was not part of the plan. Wait, doubtful? What's going on there? Oh, hamstring. I knew about that. Whatever. So I was not planning on going after Simpson. I was planning on going after someone else later in the draft, who I'm not going to mention because I don't want to, if somebody else's target, I don't want to blow it up. But it fits my build because of that. And I also am now really strong in steals. I'm going to have to watch my power. Now he has to keep the job, but if he does, Spencer Torkelson for 6. I wasn't paying attention. I do need a first baseman. Nice bid there, Pollard. Robbie Ray. Let's look at my plan. No, I don't think that's going to work for me. I had Robbie Ray on the Listener League last year, and he started off so good. If he had continued that, maybe I could have won my league. Let's see what people are going for Jackson Holiday. $7 for Holiday. Hey, it could work out. I mean, 17-17 last year. I would have been like, maybe he hits 2020 this year. But with the injury, maybe he just repeats, and that's probably good value. Oh, Williams for 7. Okay. Feel all right about that. Rare stake ratios, right, guys? It does affect my whip a little bit. But for a SP4 in a 15-team league, I feel pretty good about that, actually. I mean, I don't know if your SP4 and a 15er is always and also I think the projections are low on his innings. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I had him at 8 or 9. So I'll take a $1 discount, get a 4th starter. We just don't know. Maybe I'll regret it once some of my other targets come up, but I honestly didn't think I'd get him at 7. I really thought people would keep bidding him up. Eovaldi at 11. Yeah, that does make the $7 Williams look worse. We got Bloom's guy, Jacob Marcy. Yeah, every time I try to type it in and bid, I'm too slow. So I guess I gotta stop getting too cute. All right, who wants to beer bet me? I don't know when I'll see you guys for a beer, but We got Marcy for $12. I'm taking my $4 Chandler Simpson. I don't have anything against Marcy. I just think the hate's gone too far on Chandler Simpson because of the defense. Hell yeah. $10 South Stewart. I missed my first base targets. Absolutely love it. All right, he's in on it. We got 2 beer bets. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm very likely not going to come to FPAS. Although maybe. I have some, I'm getting married into a family. There's some family there. I am much more likely to go to Vegas next year. I really, me and my fiance have been talking about making it back there. I'd sent a joke email before to Blubba and Bloom if they thought I could honeymoon there and get away with doing a draft. I loved their answer on a Patreon only episode. But I'd like to make it to Vegas for a draft soon. And it looks like we have Mark coming on. I'm going to give him 1 second so I can focus on getting my guy, Tyler Stevenson. Dude went for $14 last year. He got injured. That's all. I mean, why isn't he going to produce for $14 again? I'm in. He got injured. That's all. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, Aaron? You got me okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Well, I joined right as you did the South Stewart and the Tyler Stevenson, so I'm joining at a good time. Maybe I'm your good omen here because those are good buys.
Oh, what do you think about those?
I really like them. I think they're great buys.
Nice. I do. Okay. I am a little regretting not taking Trey Savage over Williams at 7. But I didn't know Savage would only go for 7.
It's tough in auctions. You can have buyer's remorse when you see other prices come up, and you just kind of have to play it as it comes. That's I don't do a lot of auctions. I actually do the Bubba and the Bloom auctions just for the purpose of doing auctions, and it's hard to stay balanced and stay tight and kind of stick to your guns because you just don't know what's coming. So
yeah,
that's what makes them so challenging. You have to have restraint for 4 hours and try not to drink too much along the way.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm on a little bit of medication that I can't drink for another few days, so I'm more focused than usual in a draft. Although I might be a little more hyper too, so I'm like I'm usually more of a budget drafter than this.
I don't know if Ryan and Bubba are listening, but that means 80 games of your stats won't count, so you're pretty much screwed already.
I got some beer bets going. I think Ryan's been in and out. Don't know about Bubba. Boyd, I like that value. So Mark, this is my first time meeting you. We've chatted once though, right? You have a podcast, is that right?
Yeah, so I do fantasy baseball game theory, which is pre-recorded. So this is actually the first time that I've been doing anything live. But again, I started doing this in the new year when Bubba and Ryan went on their podcast and they were talking about how they hadn't heard a lot of new voices. So, that's why I was glad to see you guys jumping in and TDK jumping in. So it's fun I joked about the coaching tree because it's fun to have a bunch of new perspectives and people kind of saying different things and, just some different voices to hear from. Doesn't hurt in fantasy baseball.
I mean, it's nuts. I would have never thought 28 people were watching, and we have such a supportive community. If this is something you're trying to do or test out and see if it's for you, like why not do it with some trusted friends, people that are gonna support you and give you feedback, positive and maybe constructive, a really positive community. So they didn't have somebody to stream this draft, and I figured why not? Let's do it.
I just like to think if I ever end up in FPAS or Vegas for one of the drafts, I'll be able to have beers with people and not feel too intimidated, just like walking up to total strangers and being like, let me buy you a round of drinks.
Yeah. So I do picture list design and I go to those meetups sometimes. And So I would know a few people just in the New York area, but I've found a little bit more of a home at the Bubba and the Bloom. I mean, I love picture lists and doing designs with them, reading their stuff, but it's rated G, so I'm a little bit more PG-13R. So I want to feel a little more with my people on this Discord, although I like both of them quite a bit.
I only exercise restraint these days because we have an almost 2-year-old. So
yeah,
anything I say gets repeated. So
yeah, and like over time, yeah, it's interesting.
All of a sudden, I've become PG.
All right, Logan O'Hoppy. I feel like he was going for $8 or $9 last year, but this year a little restraint, 213 average.
Former top prospect.
Yeah, man, I don't know if you saw it, but I'm still a little upset about not getting Yainer Diaz for $12.
He's a great target in these drafts, and he's a guy that I've been looking at too. So, I mean, the average is just a great thing to get at catcher, but.
Okay. I'm kind of glad I got outbid on Nola. I was trying to hit 4 and I hit 5. And at this point in the draft, when you only have $16, that dollar means a lot.
I was going to say, I didn't want to be needy. I was trying to figure out how I could see the auction board to gauge the whole scene, because I've been kind of popping in and out on YouTube, but I can see the amount that everybody has remaining, which in this part of the draft is the most important thing. How much can you bid relative to your peers so that you know how much weight you have to throw around?
Yeah. I mean, I'm essentially at a little more than $2 a player. Now I do have my major positional needs met, and next time there's a player I'm not in on, I can shift over to my Bloom board or during the next break. So I do need 2 pitchers. I am going to nominate one now. So I need 2 pitchers. Thought maybe I'd get $1 one. Nelson's somebody I like, but not someone I love. So hey, why not throw him out for $1? And then I need a catcher, middle infielder, corner, and 2 outfielders. So I mean, I have a lot of players. I've seen a lot of good values because the room got so hot for a little bit. It started slow, it got really hot, and after that, the values were just coming in. I had trouble restraining.
No, I think you did good. I think you saved at the right. You have the positions that you have open are places that you'll be able to spend $1 or $2 and still get guys that you can theoretically trust, which in a 15-team league is going to be huge for you. So, I love that you have outfield slots. That's your money spot, especially you take Ohtani early. So, you're not going to have a util. It's tough in an auction, but leaving outfield flexibility is important there.
Last year I've had too many outfielders in the listener league. There's just always outfielders on waivers. And so I'm actually spending more on outfielder than I planned just for perceived value. I planned on going Duran with my first outfield spot and then not getting into outfield again until Butler. Who was going for like $10. So I definitely spent more than I wanted, but I have so many outfielders I like for these last 2. And I think we're going to see some big values coming off the board soon. Like the money's getting low.
Yeah. And the guys you bought, I like the guys you bought. And that's again, where I struggle with auctions is there's so many guys that you like that it's hard to pass up when you perceive a decent buy. And then you realize you've got 5 outfielders and you're 2 hours into the draft. So I think you've done a good job of pacing it out. And Chandler Simpson's going to be tough because I don't know where I fall on Chandler Simpson. I've talked about him a lot in the podcast that I've recorded. I would love to have him on my team, but not to rely on him, which is of course we all want a lot of things that are idealistic that we can't actually get. So if you can build your team where you can slot him on your bench easily. So like in your reserve rounds, you're looking at an outfielder to supplant Chandler Simpson in case of emergency. That's where you're going to make your money is as you get later on.
And, he gets sent down to the minors. I could drop him, or I could just keep him on my roster and throw him in if I need steals. If I don't have injuries, you can't stash too many, but
he's $4 a unique player
going in a snake, right?
That's what I mean. He's such a unique player, and there's an overall component to these leagues for folks who aren't, for folks who aren't too familiar with the Bubba and the Bloom auction leagues. So he's going to give you something different, and he gives you more than steals. He gives you average too, which a lot of people talk about rabbits, but this guy gives you a potential batting crown if he actually gets enough at bats. So there's a lot riding on that, of course, but I like having him as something you can plug into your roster.
And I think if he starts the year playing, I mean, hopefully it's ride it while it's hot. Get your steals. Maybe he fizzles out and you move on. But I don't know, $4. And I think people were bidding on Arias for $4 last year, and he doesn't steal 40+ bags if he gets the playing time. It's just fun too. It's fun to roster people like that.
I agree. We play this game to have fun. We can try and be professionals, and that's what the NFBC platform is a professional platform. That's what I love about it. You're playing against the best of the best, but also you're here to have fun. And the Bubba and the Bloom auction leagues are a great place to kind of do both those things. So, get your guys, have fun with it.
I kind of just didn't think I liked 15s. I'm just a 12 player. I'm like, why do you want to make it so hard on yourself? Like 15 catch or 30 catchers? Like, come on. Like, I kind of thought it was like, and no offense, I know there's a lot of 15 teamers watching. It's like, I almost thought it was like kind of try hard. Like, I do the best. But like, then I did it as an auction and I love it. And it's less work in Fab too, because there's not like all these amazing players available. It's still work with Fab, but 12-team Fab, once you do a 15, is like very overwhelming because there's good players available every week.
It's really hard to play a lot of different formats for folks who straddle those formats. It's actually quite impressive and probably doesn't get enough love and enough recognition especially when you're listening to podcasts and things. A lot of people they're very casual when they're talking about 15-team leagues versus 12-team leagues, and it makes a huge difference. And the Fab part of it is just an extra part of the equation that can be really frustrating. And it depends on the formats you're doing too. So sometimes I try and do satellite leagues, and those are way different than OCs where you've got an overall component and half the league craps out by half the year. So, you really have to pay attention and think strategically about what you're doing depending on the league. And that's, I don't do a lot of 15s. I kind of flirt. The dream is to do a main event. I've never done a main event. That's kind of the goal. I guess at this point, the goal is the Champions League. Shout out to Toby and Batflip Crazy. But, I'll start with the main event and then we'll win that. And then we'll do a Champions League or something. But, for now, I kind of roll mostly in 12s. I love the 50s. That's my format. I just love just drafting all through the winter. It's the way to keep me warm. That and beer. So
that's how I prep. Is my first 50, I go in just cold, and I see somebody, and there's a lot of smart players in those rooms, and you see somebody draft somebody a little higher than you think, and you're like, I'm gonna look into this.
It's so funny when I play my home leagues on Yahoo. It's the ADP is so different, and I end up defaulting to the NFBC ADP. And I've had some of my best years recently because I'm just so used to that NFBC ADP, which is just a shout out to kind of that group of people who are forming that ADP in the offseason. Yep. These are hardcore players. So you do get a good gauge of the talent available. And here's a guy that I like.
Discord. I like him too. I was thinking it's late enough in the draft that I was going to steal him for $4 when I bid on him. That was naive.
He pops on every projection sheet that I've run with SGP and it's wild. He's old boring.
Yeah. And somebody, speaking of the 12-team, 15-team thing, like someone I'm probably not targeting in a 12, maybe, but very much somebody I'm tossing to a 15-team lineup. And I'm not even looking at his stats all year. Like, unless there's like some injury or like I hear on a podcast his, exit velocity is dipping. Otherwise I'm just like, set it, forget it. And it's a decent player.
Yeah. And San Diego's not spending money. So if he's healthy, he's playing.
All right. So we're going to do a break after this round. While the break happens, I'll make some more tea since I can't have a daddy soda, as Ross Tucker says. I always love that one. And I'll put up my Bloom board to kind of show everybody where I'm tracking with my numbers. Yeah, I had Bogarts as a middle infield target for 6, so maybe that was naive. I also had Lowe as a target, but I got him for 2nd.
You did get Lowe. Oh yeah, I like Lowe too. I started on him really early and I cooled on him a little bit, and I'm kind of back into it. The second base has been such a weird journey for me this draft season. I really was on Jorge Polanco early. I kind of cooled on that. I have a little bit of Matt McLean, and I don't really feel good about it. I have some early buys I don't feel good about. So a second base is a unique spot.
Yeah, I've just found that since it's weird. Sometimes it's just a personal preference. Like, I don't like any third baseman, so it's like I need a top 5 third baseman. I don't want to deal with that later. And in second base, it's like I don't like any second baseman, but I don't hate any of them either. So I'm like, I don't really want to spend for Jazz Chisholm, who might get injured or hit 230. Who else is a top? Kettle Marte, who's not going to steal.
Luke Keishel's up there. You would have told me Luke Keichel was a top 50 pick. I would have thought you were crazy, or maybe not top 50, but top 75 for sure.
Yeah, I think top 100 for sure. I can't remember. And I think he went for almost as much as Horner in this draft. And I believe, isn't Horner kind of his upside?
Yeah, he probably has a little bit more power than Horner, I guess would be the hope. But honestly, that's what I mean. It's just such a weird position. Even both of those guys have such holes. Well, I guess Keichel maybe doesn't have as many holes as he does. You're betting on upside, or you're not even building in any room for any upside at that point. He needs to have it. So I don't know. I've always really gone late. I had a lot of Otto Lopez in my 50s. For the Fab Leagues, I'm going to have to reevaluate my strategy a little bit. I have my Turf League next week. That's the big draft that I'm doing. Although Steve Brunn's in the league, he's in this auction right now, so I'm scouting him as we speak. He's probably listening to this.
He's a good player, and we were talking about it earlier, looking at his team. Great value on Rice. I had Olsen as a target at 21. Kettle Marte, solid value, good player. Trey at 25. Yelich. I've been getting a lot of Yelich. I think this price is ridiculous.
He's a really good player, and he's really good at waiting you out and just playing great. I love the Sale buy. I think Sale's a great buy this year.
Even if these aren't your targets, they're good. You can look at the value or you can see why he went for it. I think it's a really good team, and it's not a name you love to see when you hop into a draft room, or you kind of do because it's competitive. Now, Turf, where is Turf?
So Turf is the Turnpike. I don't know what the U. I guess it's the U. I don't know what the U stands for, but it's the Turnpike Area Fantasy League. So it's New Jersey, New York, and I guess Pennsylvania.
Oh, hell yeah! I'm in Jersey City now, actually.
There you go. I used to live in Rutherford. Now I'm over in Sussex County, out in the northwest corner in Jersey now.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, well, we've talked about doing a meetup out here. We should definitely make it happen this year. There's a few guys in Jersey.
I hope you stay safe from this blizzard, because
I know I haven't.
All of a sudden, I looked outside and it's snowing.
I'm supposed to get a final tux fitting for my wedding tomorrow, and I pushed it back by a day. I'm like, I'm not going into the city in that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm pretty excited. We've been engaged for a year and a half, together for 7 years. So sometimes I think initially it wasn't that exciting. It's we've been together, but then it's this is the closer it gets. It's 3 weeks away, less than. It's nerve-wracking, but also very exciting.
Yeah, that's a great time. Enjoy every moment of that. That's a lot of fun. But I'll let you focus.
I'm enjoying every moment of it, but I'm enjoying a lot of the moments. Yeah. And then the wedding itself will hopefully be worth it. Of course, there's a lot of work behind the scenes.
Remember to eat. That's the advice that I give to you there. I've only been married for 4 years, but I remember to eat.
Yep, cool.
Love
it. All right, we got a couple more picks. Let's see if somebody tries to throw someone past us, like a Brian Reynolds.
That's a sneaky old man right there. Ryan would approve. Somewhere the hairs on the back of his neck are up.
Okay, I had him for 7. He's going 8. But I mean, the projection is 7, and it's only like 19 home runs, which he could easily beat.
You invoked Ian Kahn earlier. He's the type of guy who would probably say that's a guy who is playing with people around him for the first time in years, and he's going to be rejuvenated. So,
in worst case, let's say he's the same player. Maybe he boosts, like 6 runs and 8 RBI or something,
all of a sudden he's looking around that locker room and he's got someone else besides O'Neal Cruz who, well, he can't really hit a baseball, but someone who can actually do something.
Well, I was trying to think of this the other day. What was that pod that it was Ian Kahn and the guy from Rates and Barrels?
Under the Radar.
God, that was such a good podcast.
Oh, that's a great podcast.
They got to do like a reunion or something.
They did something last year. Oh man, I love Ian Kahn. I'm a big Ian Kahn. I watch the game a lot of the way that Ian Kahn does, in that for as much as I love stats and projections, I also love watching the game and thinking about the mental aspect of the game. Which is why I do the Fantasy Baseball Game Theory podcast, because I think there's so much player analysis already, but we don't really talk enough about the actual process of playing fantasy baseball and what it takes to win a league on a year in and year out basis.
I gotta listen to it, because I feel like that's been one of my strengths in fantasies. I'm not necessarily the most analytical guy, but I do feel like, especially in an auction league, it's like, there's all these angles you can play to get an advantage. And since I can't analyze the way Bloom can or TDK can with the sheets and stuff, like I kind of need to find an edge elsewhere. And so yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. It's been on my radar, but I've even fallen behind on the Bubba and the Bloom, so it's been tough.
I try and keep the episodes relatively evergreen. I've been trying to do things a lot more from a macro level, and that's the beauty of the non-player analysis side of things, is it's relevant from season to season. We'll see how long it holds up year to year. That I think every year is different, and the player pool changes, your strategies change, and if you're not adapting year to year, you're already behind when you start your prep.
This is interesting. What did Wynn go for last year with Bubba hyping him up? How many steals did he say he was going to get? Like 30 or 60 or something ridiculous?
I was pulling up the ADP tracker earlier, and I stopped looking at it.
So I've been waffling between so many tabs. I have him. God, I can never spell this guy's name. I can never remember where the Y is.
I use Tanner Bell's spreadsheet, and every time I search and it searches values or formulas instead of values, and it can't find the name, it's like the worst night of my life.
It was a big improvement in my game. Like I knew I couldn't be as analytical as everybody else, but it really helped level the playing field. I'll have to look at Win in a second. We got a 5-minute break, so I'm gonna hop off for a couple minutes. Do you want to stick on?
No, we'll go on break. Throw up the draft board probably.
Yes.
That's probably
yeah. Do you want to see the draft board or the Bloom sheet?
Do the auction board. Let's get everybody a feel for how everybody's doing.
Yeah, good call. Cool. Yeah. All right, cool. We'll be back in a few minutes, guys. All right. Well, that came back quicker than expected. Who did we get? Bybee for 6. I really like that. I like him for a bounce back. Him and Gavin Williams, I both have for like $8.
That was sneaky coming back from the break. That's smart. Sometimes people are oversensitive after the break, and sometimes it's the opposite.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I kind of like Gavin Williams more. I think there's a little more strikeout upside. But I mean, why can't Bybee just come out and throw 200 innings, and just be a solid player again? I like watching him. I'm a Guardians fan, so I'm a little biased, I guess, but I like him.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're a Guardians fan. You tell me he finished the year really strong too. So I always like to see guys finish the year on a high note, especially
Absolutely.
pitchers.
Yeah, especially pitchers. I know a lot of people say they don't like to watch Gavin Williams because of the walks. I think he's kind of fun. I saw him almost with a no-hitter last time I was at Met Stadium last year. Lost it in the 9th. I just had a slow work day, and I took off and went over, and it was fun.
That's
Ivan
really cool.
Perez, $6 gets it. Yeah,
Cabrera went for 5 years in our for $5 in my league. I was in League 3 earlier this week, and he snuck through, and I was really upset that I missed Cabrera at $5. So he went 6 here, so I guess it wasn't that far off, but that feels like a good buy. Just I like a team that bets on a pitcher like that everybody thought had upside in Miami.
I totally agree. I did have him as a target, but I had him in the same tier with Gavin Williams. So I didn't feel like I could spend another 7 on somebody. Maybe I can. 7 more players. Yeah, 7's a little steep for my blood at this point.
You want it to be someone you love. I mean, you're at the end game here.
I mean, the thing is, is I do love my roster. I do see some perceived holes, but I'm fine with boring. I'm okay finishing out boring in this draft because I feel like I have a really solid base.
So I didn't get a full look at your roster until just at the break there, and I agree. I think you've got a solid foundation all around, and you've spent your money wisely. It's well spread out. I think that's the trend of a lot of these auction leagues so far has been a lot of people aren't overspending. And so you're ending up with a lot of balanced rosters, and then you're seeing money kind of coming off the board late, like obnoxious money coming off the board late. So, I think you're in a good sweet spot where you've spent enough money where you don't have money to burn. But you still need enough players, and you still have a $10, you can a $10 max bid. So you have money to spend if there's someone that you really want to round out your team.
Oh, speaking of, it's my nomination. I want to just nominate somebody I don't want, though, or maybe not. And are there any closers off the board? Oh, here's one that might be a closer. I'm so curious what happens here. Like, what? Like, isn't he the closer? I don't know.
Yeah, I have a lot of Alexis Diaz as well, just based on his pedigree, and they've talked a lot about if he returns to form, he could be a closer for us. So it sounds like they're giving him a little bit of runway. But I thought it was interesting. You showed the board. A lot of people there's multiple teams that don't have any catchers right now. So there's going to be a lot of catcher money spent in these next. Well, this is it. They have to get 2 catchers before they get to the reserve round. So you're going to see catchers go pretty hot and heavy here.
I appreciate that tip because I do need one more catcher. I was just, without looking at the auction board, I was kind of under the impression there were still plenty of guys I liked, but actually I queued up a bunch of them earlier, and most of them are gone. Now, I didn't queue up all the guys I like, but this isn't a killer's row over here.
I wouldn't want to be down to like $16 or whatever it is and not have any catchers. But again, it's a Fab league. So last year there was guys like Goose on Fab. So there are ways out of it.
This Trevor Rogers is interesting.
Was it X-Files? I want to believe.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's a It's a want click. Also, there's just, if I look at my little cheat sheet I made in my tracker, I mean, I have for the $4 and $3 tier, like 10 guys. So going to 5 is a little unnecessary when I have 2 pitching slots open, usually $1, $2.
Yeah, there's a lot of $1, $2 pitchers to have too. Even again, the reserve rounds, there was in the league I did, there were a lot of viable options in the reserve rounds on hitting and pitching.
Adolis Garcia is interesting. He was in a part of my initial plan, although I was thinking I was going to get him at $7. I feel like he may have got talked up on one of these auction podcasts as being a good value, and I think he went as low as 6 in one of these leagues, and that's when I was like, 6. Let's work him into my plan.
The Phillies sure need him to be an $8 player, but I mean he struggled last year, and I believe the season prior as well. He's been off my radar. I'm a Phillies fan by trade, although I'm really a baseball fan. And I don't know. He's not the outfielder that I'd be looking for in the Phillies right now. But I get it. I mean, you're this late, power speed guy under single digit buy.
And again, yeah, not somebody. I'm having trouble pulling him. Oh, I'm in the hitter part. I'm having trouble pulling him up in my SGP, but not somebody I'm going over my target on. But I mean, ATC has him at, with my positional adjustments, actually not as good as I remember.
If you're one of those people who waits on outfield, then that's the type of guy you target because the upside's there. If he actually, if it works out, he ends up higher in the batting order. That could be a really good buy, but there's a lot that needs to go right there and a lot that's gone wrong lately for him.
Yeah, it's somebody, I think it was RotorWire, maybe Bloom was on it, did a this year's Castellanos, and one of the options was literally this year's Castellanos, which I got a kick out of, because like he could also barrel, like he could just not be starting in the second half, and they trade for somebody. But I mean, what is he, like 36?
I don't remember how old he is.
32. I mean, come on, yeah. I think he has some good seasons left in him. Maybe it's not this year. All right.
Speaking of maybe not this year, I see Jordan Westberg has been nominated. But if he goes for $1, I mean, there are worse buys.
Okay. Chung-Hoo Lee, I don't mind that.
It's interesting because now you're going to fight between nominating guys that you want to get for $2 or not nominating guys you don't want and hoping that you don't get stuck with them because that's the balance here at the end game.
And there's also some people that I'm thinking about bidding for $1, but maybe I could get them in the reserve round, and that gets tricky too. Do you get your guy now, or do you risk my first guy off the board getting drafted by this guy Braun, like right before me? Not that you're like counting on anyone in the reserve round, but I wouldn't mind taking some shots, getting some $1 players right now that I like. Go ahead, go for it.
I was just gonna say, if you're banking on one of those $1 players and they get bid up, it really hurts right now because this is where you need to round out your team.
Narvaez.
Somebody asked in the chat what power bats are left, which is a good question.
That is a good question. Anthony Santander. No, I'm just joking. I am going to refrain from answering that question because
I think that's fair.
I have a couple power bats in mind, and we're getting to the point. I'm pretty happy to share my.
No, fight your fight. I'm here. We're on your side tonight. This isn't going to be one of the beat up.
You feel free to throw people out. But, and here's a power guy right here. He's going at value, but for the position. But I already have a power second baseman.
He's nice in a 15-team league if he gets, well, he will get first base eligibility, so you get CI, MI as well. So that's a nice option for you in a 15er.
Murakami. I usually don't. I'm pretty risk averse, so I usually don't go for the imports and rookies. But when they pop, they pop.
It's amazing what 2 hits does to your average auction value.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, I mean, it's a wild card. That's the thing about the draft right now. I mean, you're in this part of the fate of the draft, or in an auction, you're looking for the wild cards. You're looking for the things that will make you stand out or make you different. And that's a profile that could make you stand out. I'm surprised by that. I think that's one of the people who doesn't have a catcher, I believe.
Yeah. He was somebody that like I liked for $1. I knew I'd have to go 2 at this stage to get him. But 3, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I took his battery mate in my league. I'm looking right now.
So Soa, I mean, come on, Soa. I thought I was gonna get Midroff in the reserve round. That was the guy I was implying when I said I wasn't sure whether to bring him up right now. I like Midroff this year. Nice bid. And why couldn't he be this year's Otto Lopez? Maybe with more steals.
The White Sox are an interesting team this year. I mean, dare I say, you might actually not hate watching a White Sox game this year. I reserve the right to pull that back, but
well, in person for sure. I like going to that stadium. I lived in Chicago for 8 years. I'll be getting married in Chicago next month. I love that city. It's a fun stadium. Everybody talks about Wrigley, which of course is amazing, but Simeon. This was my initial second base target, but I went with Lowe instead. I think there's a little bounce back left, and maybe he rejuvenates himself a little bit with the Mets.
You're feeling the 2B squeeze right now with that $8 AAV, I think.
Yeah. I think that a lot of people, some people do have money. Like it looks like Ponson has some money, 20 top, but most people are getting low and they have like one position they need to spend on. I'm going to neglect to say what mine is, but
no, like I said, I don't want to encourage you the other way. I'm just kind of here to give you someone to fill the silence with, I think, because I didn't want to, I don't want to steer you one way or the other, and I don't want to influence any of this. I'm trying to, this is the first time I've ever done this actually. So I'm trying to balance kind of taking it all in and just sitting here and watching versus providing any commentary that might steer anybody one way or the other.
So are you doing a listener league draft?
So I did one. I did the League 3. I guess it was Tuesday earlier this week because I didn't have work. So that's why I did it.
Yeah, I very likely watched it.
Yeah. So it was a very cold room. It pretty much stayed cold all night. We had a few folks end up with a lot of money in the end. But honestly, it was pretty uneventful, which I don't say as a sad thing or anything, but we were expecting fireworks when people saved money early and it didn't really happen. And then in the end, people ended up a little bit short. Well, having extra money. So I guess the opposite.
All right. This one was exciting. It might just, maybe I'm excitable, but coming out, getting Ohtani on the first pick for $45, and I wasn't my plan. It was kind of fun to just throw the plan out the window on the first pick, but the plan prepares you regardless.
There's not a lot of people that have dollar bids. I mean, there's people who are still in the game. Everybody can still put an auction in, a bid in on someone that they want. So, there's a lot of fun and players to be had still.
Yeah. I'm also finding myself starting to write down some of my targets.
Yeah.
Rather than put them in the queue.
I was going to say, be careful.
Yep.
Or 'tis the season.
No, I have tons of targets left. Some of them I feel like are a bigger need for me than others. Beck is somebody I had in the listener league last year. I think Tid picked him up initially. I like the $5 value. I think Tid had him initially and dropped him maybe. And then I picked him up. I could be misremembering that. Maybe it was Zach Veen he picked up and dropped.
They have a lot of options in the outfield this year. So I don't hate it, but also, and he gives you a little bit of everything. That was what I uncovered on him when I was looking through. But they have a lot of options in the outfield, and they seem like they're going to go very platoon heavy this year. That seems to be a team intention this year.
It's good insight. It's not something I had really considered. I kind of figured bad team, decent young player, figured he'd get some run.
I think is it the manager? Someone's from the Rays organization, and they're taking a lot of Rays-isms, which for better or for worse, I don't know if they'll be able to execute them. But I believe that's the case.
Okay.
I read a lot. So I find myself, the thing about my podcast is I record it and I edit it after the fact. So I get to fix any mistakes or any fact checks that I might get wrong. So, but I believe that's what's happening in Colorado this year. I think it's the manager. I'm going to look it up so I'm not wrong. I don't want to lead our loyal listeners who are still around wrong.
I don't know how great of a pick that was for me. I like Leiter for $4 in a vacuum, but to double up on him and Williams, I did kind of screw up my whip a little bit. Hopefully one of them can outperform.
Yeah, there's upside to be had with both of them, and it's tough to. Leiter's really interesting. He's a guy I don't have a lot of this year. But it's not to say that I don't see it. It's just that I end up, usually I'm going boring guys at this stage in the draft. And that's just a personal preference for me. And it's usually because I'm doing things weird with pitching. I like in my listener league, I finished out my auction side with Andrew Painter, I believe. So I have no idea what I'm going to get from him, for instance. But Leiter is a similar. I mean, there's tangible upside there if he figures it out.
Yeah, I was never really a Leiter guy, and I think Bubba mentioned him on a show, and I looked at it and I was like, this is an unfinished product with a lot of upside, and he still had a good season last year. He returned value, and in a season I perceived as not strong. Oh, my bid. Who do I want to bid? Let's the former mascot. Let's see what the room thinks. Let me see on Leiter. I feel like in the SGP was really popping too. So he's only projected to get 146 innings this year. I kind of feel like he's going to build on last year. I think he's going to increase his innings, which popped him up to $7 for me. And if you believe the 146 projection and want to be more mild, he's coming out to a $4 or $5 player, and I got him at $5. So, maybe I could have gone cheaper for this late in my SP, but I like it. I wanted to get a $4 pitcher here, and there was a bunch of $4 ones I liked.
You're going to end up with maybe one $1 pitcher. That is a good, I would be happy with that. That means that you probably got the guys that you wanted. So, again, it's a compliment to your league. I think that there are people that have $6 left, but they're not at $1 for every single person that they need. So, that's kind of like, I don't actually mind the dollar buys. Like, I don't mind having like 3 or 4 guys that I needed for $1, but I don't do auctions that much. I don't want to sound like I'm an auction authority by any means. So it's again, that's what I like about them though, is you can do them so different every time.
And some of these, I actually, in some of the ones I've watched, I've liked a decent amount. This is a good bounce back candidate. but I've liked a decent amount of the reserve round pitchers. Upside plays. Not that I like really like them, but there's some reserve round darts that I'm excited to throw. Some of them have been taken already. I'm looking at 2 of my reserve round targets. I think Ryan Nelson was not. I don't know why I thought I'd get him there, and I'm the one that threw him out early. And I think I was looking at Ronaldo Lopez in one of the. Somebody got him in the reserve rounds in another league, but I think he went higher here.
It's interesting because again, you're taking a massive risk if you nominate one of those guys and someone puts $2 on them and you're missing out on them. But on the other hand, if it's someone that you believe in and you start the bidding at $2, then someone's got to go to 3, and that makes it suddenly that much less palatable. So it's a game within a game within a game until it, All
right, we got Spence Wine says Leiter's gonna ball out. Hey, I think Uncle Ted has him too. So where's Uncle Ted tonight? I thought he listened to every single podcast on the planet, and he's not on mine. I guess it's not a podcast; it's a live stream. But oops. Giolito, it's interesting. I'm not messing with it on this build, but
no. Yeah, it'll start to go real fast now. This is where it gets tough.
This is one aspect of streaming that is really hard. And some of the times that I'm talking, I would be deleting from my plan sheet. I'd be deleting the players who are taken. So for instance, I'm like, looking at the pitchers that have gone, and it's like, oh, Ryan Nelson's still on this sheet. It makes it a little harder to see the available pitching targets,
Well, if you want to, when I'm in auctions and I'm seeing people that I don't want, that's when I'm trying to clean up whatever notes I've got. And usually it's just scribbles on a notepad in front for me.
I'm kind of switching to that because it's
I don't know if you have a second monitor that you can do that candidly, and I can kind of talk folks through the next few picks here. You'll be up in you'll be up in 3 nominations after this, and there's a bunch of people there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 teams with $2 or less available as their max bid. So you've got pretty much everyone available. Actually, it's only 3 teams because one of them's already full. So everyone's still in play here. A lot of people can bid more than $2.
Oh, we have 2 teams full. That's great information to have too. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I saw on the auction board there are some teams that might have a lot of spots remaining, which means they're going to get a lot of dollar guys late.
And then you have people $15, but you can do a high bid of 10. Like they can still drop the hammer.
Absolutely.
So there could be still an overpay or 2 on the board just because use your money. I think I feel good about 6 spots for $12. That feels like a good place to be.
Yeah, I having not watched closely, I think your budget is in great shape. I think you're exactly where I would want to be.
I think the thing that, a lot of people talk about preparing for these, specifically the listener league draft, if you draft a little later, if you're nervous about drafting, Bloom sends out the form. He tells you, hey, pick a couple of these. And I picked all later ones. I want to watch some of these drafts before I go and get a feel for how things are going. Not everybody can do that, but specifically if you're like a newcomer to auction, I'd recommend getting in as late a draft as possible and watching some of these because you will get a better sense of your budget that way. I think for a lot of people, it's really hard to budget.
I really like that Josh Jung buy for $1 from Brun there.
Yep.
I think that's a guy that a few years ago was going in the top 100. It's a guy who's been hurt. Yeah, that's a great corner infield option. And there'll be more. There are others available. There are young guys. There are guys who are a little bit older that are available at that slot. But, this is, again, like it's such a delicate line to walk where you want to nominate someone that you want to get for $1, but won't necessarily get bid up.
All right. New low on Shane Smith for the listener league. Minimum 5 before. Nice bid. Legit. We got another comment. $1 on Jung is amazing. We agree.
Here you go.
Okay. Okay. Oops, I accidentally auto-nominated Smith. Ashcraft was one of my targets, and I drafted lighter in that spot. I think I slightly prefer Ashcraft, and Soa strikes again.
But Ashcraft is maybe like 1 year behind where lighter is. Like it feels like Ashcraft has to do that development step that lighter just took.
Yeah, I've also seen him throw less horrible pitches. God, lighter's off. He's so off.
Yeah.
But I mean, lighter, like he could, top prospect. He had a decent year last year. Like he could be a top 100 pick next year. He could really put together a season.
In a bad season, he averaged a K per inning pitch, basically.
Yeah.
So that's not bad.
Miguel Vargas for 3. I like that. He was popping on the SGP. I was looking for him earlier. I thought he had already been taken.
Yeah, I like that he's got the first base and third base. It's nice in a deeper league. Although I just wonder, they have a lot of bodies for not a lot of spots, and they're not necessarily great bodies.
Decola, you're kidding me, dude. I thought I had him for $3. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I had him for 3.
You're in the heat of the moment. I'm just talking through it. That's tough. That's what happens though. A lot of those guys need catchers still, so people are saving their money for those catchers.
Bloom says I'm on tilt. You should have seen me when I lost out on Yainer Diaz, which should be my catcher 1, and Stevenson should be my catcher 2. But
I'm just over here going, it's okay. Just talk them through it. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that's tough, man. It's tough.
It's all good, Tom. Good. I'm glad you got him. Well, I'm not glad you got him, but I'm glad that it's reassuring knowing that my target was someone else's target, then that even didn't go exactly according to plan, but that the plan wasn't bad if you have good players kind of thinking the same thing.
Catcher's not a bad place to fab because no one's bidding a lot on catcher. So if you can churn a little bit until you find that right guy, and there are unsettled positions and guys with multi-position eligibility like Liam Hicks down there, not saying you're going to bid on him or anything like that, but guys that you can theoretically see getting playing time later that you can acquire for pretty easy if you end up in dollar days of catchers.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't really need to do that much in my listener league, but in some of my 12-team leagues last year, I mean, there were a lot of guys you could get, like Baldwin and Basayo later in the season. Names were popping up. I don't know if that'll still happen this year, but it could. I liked Lowe. Of course, Braun got him. So my thinking with Stanton is he's healthy now, right? Ride him while he's healthy.
I have a lot of Stanton in my 50s. I love the idea. So you have Chandler Simpson.
Look at these.
Exactly. Right? You're literally highlighting it. You have Chandler Simpson. I know it doesn't work. The math isn't always that easy. You can't merge 2 players literally, but you have this guy last year, Giancarlo Stanton hit, I think 280 off the top of my head with like 23 home runs and like 300 something at bats. And you got a guy who got 40-ish steals, I think, again, off the top of my head. Like, you take what they're projected for and you merge the 2 together in a 15-team league. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. And,
it's not going to look great in my Bloom board because Chandler Simpson is 420 at bats, Stanton 360. I might take the over on both, but let's say they do that. It's not like that's all I'm getting. I'm going to have replacements.
Your board is not playing out the league. So when week 17 rolls around, and if you're up by 17 in steals, you bench Chandler Simpson and you put whoever you can get on waivers at that point in that slot, and you're golden, or vice versa. I mean, you're never too heavy on power, but it's a long game. And if you can have these options, I just love the idea of and Stanton looked so good last year. He was healthy for the first time last year. I'm not a Yankees fan, but I live near New York, so I hear a lot about it. I mean, I think that's a great buy.
And let's talk Bloom boards real quick. I'm not going to bid on Ponce. I have 258 average to the 256. I'm trending well. 74 runs, little under the 76 target. 22 home runs. I'm right on target, but I got 4 more players left, so that's not great. 72 RBI, a little under. 14 steals, slightly over. On the pitching side, 3.7 ERA, slightly over. The whip is concerning. Rare stake ratios over here. And my Ks look low because I have 3 closers, but Hader will start on my bench, and I'll work him in once he's healthy, and Santana loses his job, I guess.
So you're up on nominations now.
Thank you, buddy. No. I don't know what I'm doing. Is Carson Kelly or Miguel Amaya better? I have no idea.
Well, I was going to say, are they going to? So where would he go in your? Do you have? Oh yeah, you do have. Yeah, okay. I was going to say you do have 2 catchers. Yeah, I mean, he's supposed to be healthy this year. I feel like Carson Kelly can't do it again, right? I mean, that was so out of left field to begin with last year. So, Amaya seemed like the guy that they were betting on last year. So I think that's a perfectly reasonable round out your roster $1 catcher and revisit in March when you've got Fab open again.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same. Like, I feel like Carson Kelly, I'm like second guessing it. I'm like, shit, maybe he has the job, but I just like Amaya more. Maybe that's my first drop. We'll see. $3 Logan Henderson. Probably should have went with $1 pitcher, but I feel like there's just an insane amount of upside there. I'm pretty excited about that.
He looked so good last year when he was on. He, like the ratios look good. I just remember being really impressed with him last year. I haven't gotten a lot of him this year. He doesn't necessarily fit my injury profile for pitchers, which is usually a little bit more reserved with, I think he had an elbow injury or something along the lines, but he's a super talented pitcher, and I love drafting pitchers from the Brewers.
Yeah, although they jerked him around last year. But he's young, and you know, hopefully he doesn't get that same treatment. I mean, we're thinking he's the 5th starter, right?
I think so. And they jerk guys around, like they jerked Ashby around, but Ashby also never really seemed to grab the role, you know? And so they jerk guys around, but also if you really grab the bull by its horns, although he pitched really well, maybe they know something that we don't about his injury, or they were just kind of slow playing it with him, just to conserve contract stuff. But it's a good buy. He's got talent. At this point, if you are rostering a guy with talent, I think you're doing it right.
Yeah, this late in the draft. I think the thing you could quibble with is I could have probably gone for similar upside for $1. I like Senga for $1. I'm a Senga apologist, but I couldn't draft him with this whip crew.
No, and again, like it's your pitching staff is pretty solid. So you've got a lot of upside plays in there. I'm looking at the roster right now. You've got upside plays, which you need because you have three relievers. So if any of those other starters hit, if any of those younger guys hit, then that's what you need. So I think with your build, I'm not quibbling with any of the picks that you put out, and and you still got other spots to fill. It depends on how you fill the other spots and how you feel about that. So, yeah.
And starters are the easiest thing to fab. Sometimes the hardest too, because everyone's after them. But I mean, there are starters every week that are coming up. Whether they're good or not is the other question.
And your reserve round, I mean, you're surely going to take a few starters in your reserve rounds. I don't think I'm putting any ideas in your head there. So,
and I mean, I can't imagine taking a reliever either, since I have 3 relievers in my starting pitchers. I know Hader's going to start the year injured, but I have some risk in this rotation.
Yeah, and I did the opposite. In my draft in League 3, I ended up with just one closer, which was Mason Miller. And so I ended up kind of getting iced out of the rest of the closer pool. So I took a stab at Ben Joyce. I took a stab at Alexis Diaz. I took a few closer shots in the dark there. And if they don't work out, I'll drop them early in Fab in March. But if they do, that's the thing I need to round my roster out, because I only took one closer in the draft or in the auction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, we are moving now. So you've got 2 teams full. You've got 2 teams that need at least 5 players.
Ooh.
You've got one team that needs 6 players. Ernie Clement.
So it's fun. I remember asking about this guy because he was popping in my SGP last year, and I remember Tid saying like only in a draft and hold. I was like, I agree. Like, but then like everyone's picking him up a few months later. I like having a guy like this on my team. So last year I had Zach McKinstry on my listener league team, and he is going to be in my starting lineup here. He's not going to be in my starting lineup most weeks unless he repeats last year, which I don't expect. The goal there is he's going to go on my bench and he's going to fill in when somebody gets injured on Tuesday and I need to start somebody new on Thursday. I would have gone 2 on Vaughn.
You've got the corner infield slot. Like you can, there are other players you can fill there. So
yeah, I just thought he was. I went because I have Sal Stewart. I don't have a strong first baseman. I kind of was just looking at first baseman, like, oh, I should probably fill my corner with a first baseman. And then he pops up, and I'm busy chatting about Zach McKinstry.
Well, it was an astute buy last year, and I think your Ernie Clement buy was an astute buy this year.
So we have $4 for 2 positions. I feel good about that. And I have one guy I really want. So
I think I heard you hint at him earlier, and I think I know who it is. And I hope I know who it is.
I've hinted at him twice because I said I didn't want to give him away early in the draft. And then I almost clicked on him another time for those watching. The thing is, guys who are like watching, they're like more listening. Like they can't be watching my draft and theirs at once.
I tried that during the League 3 draft and I couldn't do it. So I actually ended up kind of tuning it out a little bit. I like your corner infield options here. Like you've got multiple guys that you can get at $1 here. And then again, in the outfield, I think you really did it right with your budget.
I think this one's really interesting. Not like a big target of mine, but I think it's interesting. Ooh. I don't know if I should have done that. Why did I bid on Justin Crawford when I have Simpson? Somebody outbid me, please. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot.
You kind of I actually really like Justin Crawford this year. I'm a Phillies guy, but I think he's going to play. I think he's got the pedigree. I love guys who have been around the game their whole lives. It's again an Ian Connism of me, but I don't know. I actually like that buy at $2 a lot. I think I got him for $3 in our league, but I agree. Pairing him with Chandler Simpson is tough, but if Chandler Simpson ends up droppable, then you've got your Chandler Simpson replacement.
Yeah, he's going in all these other leagues at 5. He was the initial target, but then I saw Simpson going for 4. I'm like, well, I'll take the discount. And then I just forgot. The other thing is now I can't draft the guy I wanted. Unless can I move one of these guys? Do any of my outfielders play corner? No. That's too
You
bad.
can move. I don't know if there's second base, but you can move Ernie to corner.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that helps you.
So this is who I was looking at for my final outfielder. I'm not going to say it because I know some people are listening, but you can see it, and would have spent 3 on him. I don't know what I did. I just knew it was a value and I hit the button.
I've been there.
So light on power is going to be my big thing going into this year. I feel really good about this team. But when Fab comes up, power is, and always starting pitching, but power is going to really have to be where I attack.
You have a few corner infield options that can fill that role for you too in the short term. And then again, you're going into your reserve rounds. You know you need starters and you know you need power. That's a good spot to be in your reserve rounds. You can sharpen your focus a little bit and kind of zoom in on what we really need.
I mean, I'm not seeing it. Enlighten me. I mean, this is interesting, but not till the reserves.
So honestly, I mean, I'm just kind of looking at what you've got available. I was thinking both Josh Bell and Ryan O'Hearn. I mean, Josh Bell just on the sheer amount of playing time and the situation in Minnesota with the with the sale of the team, and they just don't seem to be spending money. What'd you say?
He has outfield eligibility though.
Exactly. Yeah. So you get Ryan O'Hearn has the outfield eligibility as well. Gives you a little bit of hedge your bet on those outfield.
Sort of why at the last second I clicked him instead of Bell.
Yeah, I think that's a good move for your build.
Especially because I dumbly got Justin Crawford and Chandler Simpson. Wish this was a trading league. I kind of feel like, Stanton gets injured, Simpson gets sent down, I shift him over. Or maybe Sal Stewart doesn't get the playing time I want. It gives me some more flexibility. And then hopefully as Fab goes on, eventually Ryan O'Hearn gets moved to my bench. And it's not that we're dropping him. It's just that hopefully we hit on a big power bat in May and shift him down to where he's just supporting the team. Same with Ernie Clement.
Yeah, this first Fab will run end of March more than likely. So you're going to have some guys to drop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, once Simpson gets down, you're covered. Exactly to Ryan's point. You're going to need to have guys to churn early. So, giving you, if a Simpson gets sent down, it makes the decision easier, even though you spent $4 on him. But you can't lose sleep over the dollar values that you spend after you spend them, because at that point that's your roster and that's what you're working with. So in that sense, you gotta chug on. You got to build around. You made a mistake, or I don't even want to say it's a mistake because I like the buys, but if you're light on power, you're just building around that. You're working Fab around that. That's where you can, the draft is only such a small piece of this game.
Yeah. And maybe it all works out. It likely doesn't, right? One of these guys doesn't hit. And so I just have one guy that hit. Maybe both don't hit. And if they do both hit, then I just don't touch speed and Fab. And if my closers all hit, because I went nuts on speed and closers, I go light on that and Fab, and then I'm the guy that wins all the power. I'm the guy that wins half the good starting pitching. Not necessarily, but it's the way you have to think in these Fab leagues. So real quick, I'm going to share my team in the Bloom board, and then we'll go back to the auction board. I do feel like I got a little tired and didn't really execute my plan late. But otherwise, I'm close to my plan. I wanted to hit 160, went a little over on pitchers because of the closing, but these stats look all right. I think pitching or homers and whip are the concern.
Yeah, but your homers are dragged down because you've got Miguel Amaya in there who's only got 255 ABs. So you're either swapping him out or you're replacing him, or he's hitting at a higher rate. You've got Crawford and Simpson, which you just either stock up on steals early and then target power later in Fab. But so the Bloom board is a little bit deceptive in that regard.
Yeah, especially with that bats.
Yeah, and you've got all that, exactly. So the at-bats are going to play into the counting stats. So your runs and RBIs look low, but that's because your ABs look low. So again, you get a catcher that's got 50-50 instead of 30-30. And, that changes that perception a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Your
I'll
speed
take
is
the over on almost all of these at bats. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been drafting these guys.
exactly, that's where you need to factor in actually using projections to draft. It's one thing to base your entire roster off of them, but it's another thing to, you can't just assume that that's what's happening with certainty. Otherwise, we're not playing a game. We're just drafting from a spreadsheet from, that's not what we're doing here. So I think that's really important to remember. And that's where you can feel good. We run these leagues through calculators at the end to figure out where the standings hold, and you go, oh my God, I'm in 7th place. It's over. That's probably a good thing, because that means that you are thinking about something that projections that aren't thinking about
first
right
is
now.
like the kiss of death. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like I went 2 according to plan. It's a very like 4th place strategy. And honestly, back in the day, that used to be my strategy. It's like, I'm going to draft a 2nd to 4th place team, and then I'm going to outwork everybody. That doesn't work in the NFBC anymore. It's just, there's too much talent. Like, you need to draft a 2nd place team and then work to 1st, especially in an overall component is kind of what I'm getting at. And this overall might not mean something to some people. It's like a ticket to FPAS, which is a great prize, but like, it's not the type of money that's in some of these other overalls. But this means something to me. I mean, this community means something to me. Being top 10 meant a lot to me last year. And so like, that overall is, I do want to take enough risks to put myself in a position to where, if you're 3rd place in this, then you're what, like 30th to 40th overall, 150, like, I mean, that's good, but like, you want to be up there with these guys you respect that are there on that server.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I love about the Earth Leagues. That's what I do Earth for. And that's like anything that I do, anything that I do in the NFBC, especially now that there's sites like fantasy.io that are actually tracking your record, where people can actually look up your win-loss record at this point. We are I'm going to throw this out there at, what is it, 9:30 at night on the East Coast. You're competing in a sport, right? You're competing at what you think is arguably one of the highest levels of the game. So I want to win at everything I do. I want to perform as well as I possibly can. Last year I sucked in the Bubba and the Bloom Auction League. I think I drafted Acuna and Judge. I don't know. I did something crazy. I drafted spent $100 on like the first 5 guys, and I my team stunk, but it was just, I was having fun with it. It was one of the first auctions that I'd ever done on NFBC. So, I want to do better this year. So this year I didn't spend that much money at the top. I tried to learn from my mistakes, and, I'm playing like I'm trying to win an overall anywhere else. That's important to me. Like I want to win. Who doesn't want to win?
Yeah, totally. And God, I mean, it sucks. It sucks getting third place or 13th place, but it also sucks getting 2nd place, even when you're 7th overall. Like, it sucks. Like, I was pissed, and that was against a really amazing player. And but only one of these 15 people can bring it home, and only one of 150 can pull off what Jason Weir did last year.
I'm not sure, but anybody committing to a fab league is committing to a certain level of pain. So you want to pay off that pain after the end of the 6 months, or else, you need to be able to look your partner in the eye and be like, I'm sorry that I spent every Sunday night on this app, and I only, and I made $36 this year. Let's go get a Wendy's 5 for $5, please. You know what I mean? Like, I want to take my partner out to a nice dinner after this and be like, it was all worth it. It's something like that.
That's one of the reasons I usually I lost interest in fantasy football, is I needed that break, because I take this so seriously.
I transitioned from fantasy football to fantasy baseball because I got so tired of doing all that prep work in fantasy football and just ending with whoever could pick up the running back that was playing that week 14 of your championship, whatever it was. So fantasy baseball, I thought, was a better investment of my time. And it's a little bit different now, as we've gotten, now that we've got openers, and, starters aren't the same as they were 5-10 years ago. But there's a certain level of predictability about fantasy baseball that makes it so much fun for me. I like being able to calculate that I need pitching in a trading league and going to trade for it and seeing it like pay off week after week, as opposed to fantasy football. It's just a, sprint as soon as you start. But I apologize for any of the fantasy football lifers that have just clicked off.
I know some people it's like they you mention it.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have went with Jansen instead of Amaya, and just until he gets hurt.
I had Jansen last year because he signed with Tampa Bay, I think it was, and I was like, it can't possibly go wrong. And I don't think it started well. I didn't really ride it out that much. I don't think I actually ended up getting most of his stats in the end. So I took in our league, in League 3, I took Harry Ford. So I kind of took that shot on upside. And if it doesn't work out, if he's not the starter, I'll just churn him at the start of the fab. So, I think there's guys like that who will be available to you. If you want to, you could sneak someone in your last pick in the reserve rounds if you wanted.
Real quick, going to do a couple from the chat. We have Dollar Cantillo. We are in dollar days. Anybody being drafted right now is $1. Some picks I like that have gone off the board. Bailey Ober, can't quit him. I have him in both of my 50s so far. Why not at that range? Colt Keith. I think that could have been a good pick for me. I was eyeing him at util in my initial build, but I got Otani, so I kind of forgot about him. But he could have been good in my middle spot. I think I would have liked him better than Ernie. Honestly, when I put out Ernie, I thought I was going to get up bed. And then a couple other guys. Ginkel's interesting. Maybe he gets that job. Seymour's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked Colt Keith. He seems like maybe he's a better real life player than a fantasy player.
A little bit.
And I think the same about Ernie Clement too. But again, I like where your head's at with, you've got a guy who's got corner, you've got middle, you've got second, third, short, I believe Ernie gets. So in a 15-team league, to have that off your bench, that means that's one more bench spot that you can take a stab at somebody who might be up in a few weeks, or a closer spec or something like that. Not that you need closer specs, but
right,
a starting pitching spec, a guy like, what's his name? Thomas White from Miami, something like that,
And, by the time I got to my corner, I could have went for Keith, but I was really looking for power, and I really wanted my corner to have first base eligibility, just in case Terry Francona messes around. I love that guy, but sometimes I don't know what he's doing in Cincinnati.
I have this tendency to drink the Kool-Aid on fun, unproven teams. And I'm kind of drinking the Kool-Aid right now with Pittsburgh. I know they're hedging their bets a little bit with Connor Griffin on if he's going to actually make the team, but they've done a lot of fun in the margins. They seem like they're going to be relevant again. And I don't know. I think there's something to be said about, having guys that are on teams like that. This is maybe where I don't do that well in fantasy, where I do drink too much of the narrative Kool-Aid, but yeah.
Sorry for putting that up.
It's true.
You're talking.
It's true. But no, I mean, so I just to O'Hearn, that's a guy who knows what's going to happen in Pittsburgh this year. Maybe they catch lightning in a bottle. Everybody is excited and rejuvenated to be together, and it's a great place to play. I mean, what a beautiful place to play baseball. Have your games in every year.
Yeah, I'm planning on going there for my 40th birthday later this year, on my way back from my sister's wedding. We'll see if it happens, but I still haven't been to the stadium. It's a big target of mine. No target. I'm thinking about this as well.
Well, it's nice that you have
real quick. Don't leave yet, though, Tom DeCola. We got reserve rounds coming.
I was just gonna say, it's nice that you had the time to fill, but now you're in the reserve round, so now you got to pay attention again. Although my computer's about to die too.
Break for the reserve rounds is always quicker than you think it's gonna be.
Yeah,
I think it's just a minute.
That's the oh crap, we're almost over. Let's get this over with break.
This one's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how much outfield I even need. I have a couple people that I am very interested in. And once we get closer to mine, I might ask you for your opinion.
I felt the same way about our reserve picks. There were a lot more talent. There was a lot more viable talent in the reserve rounds than I ever would have thought, because it was my first 15 team league fab reserve round style pick, and I was like, wow, there's guys.
That's interesting for my team.
May or may not have him on my team in League 3.
Too bad about Santander. I better put my cursor on somebody that I won't be mad about if I get, just in case I time out. Or maybe I should do it like on somebody I don't want, just in case anyone's trying to snipe me. I don't think people think I'm that good of a player to try to.
No, I mean, if you're sniping, if you're looking at this stream and sniping your picks, God bless you. I mean,
yeah, you're not going to have
a level of commitment
anyway. So
there's pitchers, there's hitters, there are guys that my sheet personally loves on the pitching side that I don't know if I agree with, but the pitching projections would tell me otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I remember at the first break, I went out to the kitchen and I was like, oh my God, I'm only an hour in. And that second one flew, like, because the money gets off the board.
You kind of black out. You get, it's like, especially from one session to the next, you start to zoom in on certain sessions when you know you've got to spend that session.
It gets harder too, because you're trying to figure out, it's like, oh, I only have $40, but it's actually a decent amount of money. It gets harder to just constantly be running math in your head.
And it varies wildly based on who gets nominated for auction.
Watch, Brun's going to take my guy. Watch it. This guy. That's another interesting one. I just don't know if he has playing time, but he really pops in the SGP. All right. And I don't even think anybody really wants him, but I think Connor Norby is going to go like 18-18. Not going to hurt me in average. I'll probably end up putting him at corner, and I'll shift O'Hearn to the outfield. And once I figure out my risky outfield situation, I know Bloom likes Norby, but I haven't heard anybody else be in on him, but I like him.
It's one of those teams that just has so many positions up for grabs that it's tough to draft a guy with certainty, because you just don't know what the team's going to do with certainty.
Well, they traded for him. I mean,
yeah, right.
Like I think he's going to play. I think in my SGP, I moved him up quite a bit in the playing time department, which is part of the reason he pops so much for me. So I moved him from 424 plate appearances to 540. I think that's conservative. I think he's going to play a lot. $5 is what I have, 450. And I could just get rid of that, and I bet he still shows value.
Well, that's exactly, I mean, that's what you want to do. You've got a guy that you are betting on, that when you alter the plate appearances, that's where the value pops. And that's where the value pops in these later rounds, is the plate appearances. That's it, bar none. All of the skills don't matter. If you get volume here, you're getting a winner. So if you believe that, and corner infield is the last position you filled, so by default, that's the weakest position you've got, just if you're following that logic. So I think it's a fine pick.
Yeah, if Josh Bell was still on the board, I would have went with him, but he had gone in the dollar days. Yeah, I really wish I could trade one of my outfield stolen base guys for a corner, but it's a fab league. I'll be fine.
You bank that average, you bank that steals, and worst case scenario, you just cut bait on one of them halfway through the season if they both hit, and you're just cruising in those categories.
Do you think India ever steals again? What the hell happened last year? Like, I guess he had plantar fasciitis a few years ago, but I don't remember hearing about it at all.
He's a guy I've never really loved, so he's a guy that I've never really looked for even recently, but he has flexibility, and if he hits in anywhere in the top half of that Royals lineup, it could work for you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't draft him. I'm not touching him.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I think he's like injured and not talk. I think the foot is like just bothering him because I hear it's a thing that just doesn't get better. And so I think some players just stop talking about it because it just is degenerative. And so we're not hearing it in the news that he's injured, but like I just don't understand how he just like it was 0 stolen bases last year, right? Oh,
so you're up now, and even so, I'll talk through this while you pick. But even in his best years, he didn't seem like a guy that I really wanted to bet my horse on. And Jorge Soler, so we talked about him earlier. He's a guy I took in the reserve rounds. That's a great power guy late. I think he's projected to hit 4th in the Angels lineup right now on roster resource against lefties and righties. So, eat your heart out playing time value.
I'm obsessed with my reserve round so far. I like these two guys more than some of the guys in my starting lineup. So
yeah, you've got prospect pedigree, you've got proven power, you've got the corner infield, and the outfield, which you need outfielders, and your corner infield was your perceived weakest position on the batting side. So, I think you're off to a great start.
So I'll probably go all pitching the rest of the way. However, one thing I generally like to do is have a little more coverage, and I only have 2 people that can play second base, and 1 that can play 2 that can play middle infield. So if I want to move Ernie to the bench at some point, it's going to have to be fabbed unless I see somebody I like. But I usually like to take. Oh wait, there's 7 reserves, aren't there? Not 5.
There's 7, yeah.
Oh yeah, I can get a second baseman if I want. I was thinking there was 5, but yeah. So I could take 4 pitchers and weave in a second if I want.
I'll be curious to see who you end up taking. I think we're going to end up actually having a lot in common with the later rounds of our draft and our reserve rounds, or the later rounds of the auction and our reserve rounds.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't love it when I was just clicked over there, but I don't love any of the options. But it's more of like a roster build thing. And of course we'll run a fab, but I mean ideally I don't want to drop these guys, so I don't want to replace these guys in fab. Like,
no, you either want to make it an obvious choice that you're either going to keep or drop, or you don't want any of that mushy middle ground. That's the worst case scenario for that first run of fab.
Mm-hmm. And I like that more with the pitching, because like a pitcher gets hurt, maybe Logan Henderson loses his spot. I don't know. I don't think he will, but maybe I draft Clay Holmes and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know about that. And I think like the first drop is more likely to be a pitcher for me, and that's why I'll have 4 of them instead of 3 of them. And then some of them might not play. It might be like a first half week. I don't know. It's good to have some options for that first week too.
I always feel like pitchers come out of the blue more than hitters do. Like hitters, we always can kind of feel coming, whereas pitchers, this guy can wake up and he's throwing this wicked changeup, and all of a sudden he's the greatest pitcher in baseball. And he just slept on his shoulder wrong, and all of a sudden he's the greatest pitcher in baseball. So
it's really nuts. And that's why I spent a little more than I wanted to on pitching, is because I do think you can fab it in 15. And hitting can be hard to fab in 15. Sometimes these youngsters, you get excited about them and they take a month to hit. Pitching, it's like suddenly somebody just looks like, Jacob deGrom for a week, and you're like, wait, what? And maybe the underlying skills aren't there, but you still got the stats.
And in some of these really weak positions, if you're not careful, you end up starting a guy at second base who's got like 3 ABs for the week, because it's just such a weak position to begin with, where all of the teams are platooning left and right, literally. And so, if you're not careful in a 15-team league, you can end up with really low ABs for the week really fast.
All right. This the guy? Who are you eyeing at second base?
Oh, the guy that I was thinking of was actually Nolan Gorman. So he went a few picks
I'm
ago.
not touching Gorman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I just
this guy's probably pretty similar, honestly.
no, it's
He
for
has
me.
eligibility though.
I took Nolan Gorman as my last dollar buy in my league, and it was just he's got 2B and 3B. And I think he's going to get playing time this year. I think the Cardinals are just a really interesting team. Like they don't seem to have a lot of options. So you've got guys like Jordan Walker who are going to get playing time. Maybe Nolan Gorman, maybe JJ Weatherholt, who went earlier in the draft or in the auction. So
yeah, and they're saying 239 plate appearances for Clemens. I'm not sure if he has a starting job. Maybe I'm dropping him for a different second baseman in week 1. But I mean, the guy has power, and that's what I need. So Gorman is a good idea. I've rode that train before, and I'm not. Let's try a new Gorman.
No, and it's a great last bat. So if you end up going pitchers the rest of the way, he's got multi-position eligibility as well. So, and you filled the second base need, which was your primary concern.
Yeah, so these pitchers are going to start going fast. Maybe should have mixed in one of the other ones. I just feel good about my pitching, and I don't feel as good about my hitting. I like to have a really, really strong hitting, and I have more question marks in this team's hitting than I did heading into the league last year. I do have stronger pitching though, for sure. So hopefully that evens out.
There are so many fun starters to throw a dart at here. I mean, there are guys all over the board that you could theoretically. There's old guys, young guys, some as big as your head.
I don't think he has a job, but this is interesting. And Nick
could be a bit of a hedge.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think he fits.
I mean,
no wonder Bubba likes him. 1.3 whip. I don't think Bubba's listening 4 hours and 2 minutes in, but I have to get a Bubba dig because you did a bloom dig right out of the gate.
It sounds like Scherzer might go back to the Blue Jays. So if you want to, you've got a few olds, real olds. These might even be too old for Ryan. This is like the salad dressing you find that's like 7 years old in the back of your fridge, and you're like, oh my God, it's growing something.
I was under the impression he wasn't going to sign early, though. Maybe he was just saying that to like.
I think the most recent report was that he and Toronto are talking again, but it's all relative.
And this is something I like to do this late in the draft is like take a look at who's actually pitched some innings last year too.
Yeah, and this is where I know it's an auction draft, but if for people who don't do this very often, if you have a snake draft list, it's still helpful here because it's going to sort through the best of the rest for you. So I always try and upload lists to the NFBC platform that are based against my SGP ranks, so that no matter when I'm in a draft room, I always have something that is my sheet that I'm looking against, even in the draft room.
Yeah. I don't like doing that because I like to see like what the rest of the room is anchoring towards, and I like to have my sheet on the side, although I can see why people do that.
So I bounce between the two for that exact reason, because if I'm not following what the room is doing, then I'm losing the draft because I don't know what they're doing. But, in the slow drafts, it's easier. As we get to real draft season where we're doing the minute drafts, it's a little bit harder. And that's where I think having the draft on the platform is nice.
Let's go with Kikuchi. Of course, not good for my whip, but I think he's a streaky player, and maybe you get a good streak to start the year.
So he's funny. He's not a guy that I ever really target, but he always shows up as a top 200 player on my sheet, which averages Oopsie. What did I use last? It was Oopsie and I want to say ATC average together. And Kikuchi shows up as a top 200 player with them averaged together using like basic SGP. So, again, you're you're 300, 400 players deep. So I think that's a great buy.
Yeah, not a ton of upside, but I feel like I have upside plays in my starting lineup.
Yeah, you need length.
Improve, Leiter could improve, Henderson. I need somebody to throw in on day one because Hader is injured. So he'll probably start for me in week 1. And yeah, we'll see how he does. He'll probably get dropped at some point too. Although this really has cleared out. I must say I am regretting going right out the bat with 3 hitters. I probably could have waited on Clemens more. I probably could have waited on Norby more, but he was the top guy on my board by a mile. So I wasn't gonna let him go.
I think with Norby and Soler, you probably could have went pitcher next, but it's okay. I mean, there are I'm trying to think of a few of the guys. I mean, you've got a few of them start that I see without naming names that are names that I thought of or kind of stand out to me a little bit.
It is funny just scrolling through here, hoping.
I'm biting my tongue a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. There's a guy on there that I really like this year that
I'd love to hear it.
So it's Zach Eflin. So Zach Eflin is sitting there in the middle. I just think he's healthy this year, and he's a guy who, when he's healthy, can be a guy worth starting. Is probably the best way to put it.
I have him drafted in some draft and holds, but he's not the type of player I like to go for in a fab league because he's just so boring.
He's real boring, but you've got 3 closers in your starting spot, and you have a few younger pitchers as well. So yeah, he might help you out. And according to every quote he's got, and you got to take him for a grain of salt, he feels healthier than he's felt in years. And he's been a valuable contributor in seasons past in fantasy baseball.
And it sounds like you're working off similar SGP. So he probably is popping there too, right?
Yeah, well, but it's kind of one of those things where he pops if you believe in the innings pitched, if you want to give him a little bit of a nudge there, he'll start to show. And he always pops, I think, because his whip is going to be better. I think it's his whip is going to pop.
Yeah, I have him barely worth anything, but he's worth something.
Well, and you're pick 420 right now too. So
I guess that's true. A buck in the reserve rounds is something because you're paying 0.
His projections will pull in some of his last year where he wasn't healthy though too. So you're really going back like 2 years. He was a top 150 guy. I want to say it was 2024 or so.
That, yeah. Now this is still interesting to me too. This is another guy who had an amazing year. I like your suggestion. I'm going with my gut on this one. I like this guy more than everybody apparently, and that's why I reached the rewards last year in my drafting holds. So I like Tyler Mahle. I don't really. Everyone was excited about him. He gets hurt. He comes back, and his strikeout rate's down, but he's a pretty good pitcher. He's heading to San Francisco. I like him better than Eflin, but I do like that suggestion. And Eflin is off the board to Pinata. Probably not pronouncing that right.
No, I like the Mahle pick. So I mean, just again, it's so funny. One of the things that I think I've been doing better as I've played fantasy baseball more and more is you need to remember past seasons and past draft years. And Mahle is a few years removed from being a K per 9 guy in Cincinnati, I believe it was. This is a good pitcher. So it's a great pick. Again, I don't have any problems with the Mahle pick. And that's where Eflin's boring. He's not going to get you any Ks. And that's where Mahle will probably do better there. So that's where probably I can do better, right? Where Eflin's just boring. You highlighted another guy in there who's, sub K per 9. These are guys that I tend to gravitate towards because they have better ratios, maybe to my detriment though, overall.
I do too. I think that the industry gets a little, forgive my French. I don't horny for Ks. Like we're so obsessed with strikeouts, and like it's not the only pitching category. I like innings eaters. However, I'm going for the overall. If it, although I think you raised some good points, and I would have taken him if he got back around to me, but he wasn't going to.
Unfortunately, Aaron, everything that I have, my computer, my AirPods, everything's about to die right now. So this is going to be all for Mark S. But
all right, thank you so much for joining me.
It was great talking to you. It was great talking to you. I can't hear you, unfortunately. My AirPods just died.
Oh, okay.
So I'll let you go for the rest of the night. But I appreciate you having me on. Thanks to Bubba and Ryan for giving us the platform for doing this. I think you did a great job overall, and I think we'll be curious to see how everything kind of wraps up once Fab gets underway and we really start going to these listener leagues. So
thanks for joining me, man. Have a good night.
Yeah. Adios. See you guys.
All right, guys. Thank you to TDK. Thank you to Mark. And we got to check out Mark's podcast. I haven't listened to it yet, but definitely going to. I'm forgetting the name at the moment, but it's a game theory podcast. And people in the Discord have been saying it's really, really good. I've been struggling to keep up with all my podcasts, but I definitely am going to give it a listen before I draft my next 50. Fantasy Baseball GT, FBGT. That's the pod. And also, I don't know if I just said it, but thank you to TDK. We've been chatting on Discord for a few years. Awesome guy, really good player, really smart. Him and I, we're always chatting about like the next big thing, and he's really good at identifying late round talent. And so it's a great person to chat with about baseball. And Ryan Bloomfield, Seconds, FBGT podcast, really good. So I'm definitely going to give it a listen. I'm 2 episodes behind on Bubba and Bloom. So that's what's tough for me is we got to get through those first. All right. Couple more picks. Got some pitchers left. I have an idea of who I'm going to take. I like him for similar reasons to why Mark liked Eflin. And we'll see what Soa does first. All right, I'm going with Lugo. I'm getting a boring guy. Maybe he recaptures what he had a few years ago, and maybe I drop him. So we'll see. Not going to be a popular pick among the stat heads, but the guy has a job. He's going to pitch. He's going to get his shots. You might just sub him in for a 2-start week or versus weak opponent. Yeah, I'm not thrilled if I'm starting Lugo and Kikuchi regularly, but these are reserve rounds. Thank you, TDK. Thanks for sticking around in chat too, man. That was fun. I'm a little disappointed in my late auction though. I felt like I started really strong, and I started paying too much attention to value and not enough attention to too much attention to value and not enough to team need. And I definitely have some work to do in Fab, but hopefully all of you guys are feeling that. We got a comment from Dark Sheep. The ponytail is loose. It's either been really good or really bad. I know you've probably seen me I keep tying it up and untying it. It's totally because I'm I went on tilt a little bit after the Yanier Diaz hitting him. And honestly, I don't think I could have afforded him. I'm not happy with my catcher too, Amaya, but I love Tyler Stevenson for $6. And, you know, while everybody else is going to be fabbing relief pitching and outfield, I'm going to be fabbing catcher. So watch out, guys. Man, it is bottom of the barrel days, guys. 437. You guys are tough to draft with. 437 and an NFBC 50. I really, I usually like guys more, but I think you guys are picking them over. I mean, the guys I have selected, I don't think have jobs. I like the Dustin May pick, whoever did that. Brun, of course. What the fuck is with this guy? Brun, you should have, if you're listening, you should have came on the show. Is this still a draft? We're doing the reserve round draft right now, where we got one more round in the last round. Oh, I'm realizing now you're probably being sarcastic because, like, is it even the draft? Like, look at these guys. It's rough out there. Chat, feel free to help me on my last pick if that's allowed. I am not liking my options. I do like the first guy in my queue, but I just don't think he has a job, so I don't want to draft him. That could be interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna be sorry, but I'm gonna be taking this full minute here. I gotta head over to roster resource and see what's going on. Yeah, does Robert Gasser, is he going to play? I don't think he's going to, although is Sprout still out there? I'm looking at a bunch of guys who I don't think have jobs, in which case maybe I should spec a reliever. If I run out of time, I'm specking in a reliever. Oh, no. Well, no, Blue Ball doesn't have a job too either, does he? All right, Cole Sands it is. Maybe he's a closer. Povich, no way, dude. No, I'm not. He doesn't have a job either, right? Plus, I mean, how many times did he burn me in 2 starts last year? DM Tinko, fun draft. It was a fun draft. I haven't looked at your team in a while, but Timko, sorry. But I remember liking a lot of your picks. Yeah, Ellie, Devers, Correa. I didn't see what you got for him, but I think my team could use some Correa. My corner and middle are weak. Yeah, shoot for the moon. I probably should have just drafted some 6 starters that I liked, and just in case somebody got hurt. But I went I'm looking at your team. I was like, hey, I didn't get Tong. But I went with like 3 veterans in the reserve round instead, because I had so many upside picks in my starters. So I think these are veterans who all have a chance to have a average year, and maybe one of them stays on my roster, and then maybe Cole Sands is the closer, and I don't even have room to start him unless somebody gets hurt or injured, but it keeps him out of your hands. So love keeping closers out of other people's hands. I'll be bidding on closers all year, even if I don't need them. I think that it's maybe not all year, not at the end of the year, but specifically at the beginning. I think it's a valuable thing to do. All right, 4 hours. We're going to end it at exactly the 4:20 mark. So I'm going to stick on this stream for 25 more seconds, and then maybe I'll partake in such an endeavor. And thank you for the love on the South Stewart pick. I wanted a higher end first baseman, but once I went Otani, I decided to go lower, and I liked Sal Stewart and Christian Walker. All right, 420. We're out of here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really, my first stream, and to get this much support means so much. And thank you again to TDK and Mark from the Fantasy Baseball Game Theory podcast. And the next stream is tomorrow, maybe, or is it Tuesday? I don't know. Check the Discord. We'll catch you later. Bye.